Hi, everybody. Welcome. We've got a Saturday of baseball underway from Ozark, Alabama. Historic Eagle Stadium. It is the Guardians and the Rangers doing battle. And leading things off for the Guardians, who are the home team, decked out in the white. In the powder blue, the Rangers. And that is Levi Gray. Drop strike 3. Gray chased halfway to first, and the toss there will make him out number 1. So Levi Gray leading it off with a strikeout. And Brandon Lightwine coming to the plate. Good to be back broadcasting ABC Fall League Baseball after a week off. Prior games played at Wicksburg. I think it's 2 or 3 weeks that'll be here at historic Eagle Stadium, and then the last week of fall ball for the ABC Fall League happens at Headland High School. Bryce Tucker moving to the on-deck circle. One ball, couple of strikes. And that's on the inside part of the plate. Out will go Lightwine. Back-to-back strikeouts. One swinging, one looking. Trip Cox is your pitcher for the Rangers. And again, no starting lineups. It's just kind of a roster. Go down the roster. And when you get through the roster, you go back to the starting spot and do it all over again. Couple of outs, nobody aboard on your Saturday morning. A lot warmer than it's supposed to be on an October Saturday. Right up the middle with a base hit from Bryce Tucker. And a base runner aboard with a 2-out single. That will bring Rush Riley to the plate. Well, you're stuck with me today. Tomorrow Jason will be here, as the pitch is a little bit outside. And next week, well, I'm not sure. That's next week. That's 6 or 7 days away. A little bit high with the offering to Rush Riley. Trip Cox looking at the possibility of getting out of the inning 1-2-3. Gives up the 2-out single to Tucker. Got a base runner aboard over at first here in the top part of the inning. And that will drop into left field. Back-to-back 2-out base hits. Tucker with one, Riley with the other. And a couple of base runners on. With Murdoch coming to the plate. We do not have a first name for Murdoch. A little bit outside with the offering. Riley and Tucker on 2 gone. Gray and Lightwine. Here in the top part of inning number 1. Game got underway just a little bit late. I think that probably is due to the fact that we don't have umpires yet. You might notice that your umpire is a coach who is standing behind the mound versus decked out in blue behind the plate. So I think that is why we probably got about a 10-minute late start. There's a wild toss that will move runners up 90 feet. Tucker to third and Riley to second. Both in scoring position. RBI chances for Murdoch. On another good-looking day. Not a cloud in the sky. There has not been a cloud in the sky for about 10 to 14 days now. And when you look at the forecast, there's none predicted for another 10 or 14 days. Into the dirt outside with a pitch. Ricochets off the wall. Able to track it down, and it's Hayes Weber. And that will force base runners to hold at second and third. Got a base wrap into left field. Brings in Tucker, brings in Riley. Murdoch on his way to second. And all the Guardian noise coming with two gone. You got Gray and Lightwine out with strikeouts, but since then, back-to-back base hits. And Murdoch drives in two, giving the Guardians the 2-zip early lead. And a base runner in scoring position as Aiden Weed comes to the plate. Murdoch, your base runner, Weed, your hitter. 2 runs in as that one is sent foul over towards the dugout at third. Shot to short, the 2-hopper snagged. Over to first goes the throw. It is there in time, and Weed out on the 6-3, leaving Murdoch on. 2 runs in, though, and the Guardians take the early lead in the top part of the first.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We get the bottom of the first underway. Tito Bonimarino is coming to the plate. Starting things off for the Rangers. Guardians with a pair of runs. Murdoch with a 2 RBI single after Tucker and Riley delivered with base hits. And it's a 2-zip ball game as that one is wrapped over towards third. And the soft shot grab there. And out will go Tito Bonimarino. First pitch fouled away by Trip Cox. Typically, your pitchers work a couple of innings, maybe 3. And the gentleman at the plate is the guy who worked the mound in the top part of the first, Trip Cox, as the count goes to 0-2. To the on-deck circle. Actually, this is Trent Hazen and Trip Cox to the on-deck circle. Outside with the pitch, so it is Trent Hazen who is at the plate. That is wrapped out of play. I am going to blame a very late night doing football last night on a little Saturday morning drowsiness. Of course, that's not a good excuse, but it is what I will use for the moment until I can think of a better reason for discombobulating the names of Hazen and Tripp. That will drop into center field. And Hazen decides to make 2 out of 1 as you got the bobble in center field. So counted as a Trent Hazen base hit and an E8, allowing for the extra 90 feet. And a base runner in scoring position for Trip Cox. High and inside with the offering. So the Rangers looking to respond quickly to the runs that played in the top part of the inning for the Guardians. As this one is wrapped in the direction of right field, and there the catch will be made by Bryce Tucker, tagging and heading to second, and safely there is Hazen. So Cox with a fly out for out number 2. Hazen goes to third. And you've got Hayes Weber coming to the plate. Wrapped in the direction of center field, and there the catch will be made. 1 runner is stranded, no runs played. We have played an inning, and after 1, it is the Guardians 2 and the Rangers nothing.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the second gets underway in a 2-zip ball game. It is the Guardians with the advantage. Cox working his second inning of work. Tyson Holton coming to the plate to start it off. One runner stranded. Trent Hazen gets on with a one-out single. Well, the top of the second starts like the top of the first. The strikeout. Holton will go down. And there is one away. Swing and a miss by Josiah Williams. Couple of pitches, couple of swings, couple of misses. 3 strikeouts in the ballgame for Trip Cox. On the inside part of the plate, Williams will do just like Holton, Light, White, and Gray. He will strike out, and there are 2 gone. And for Trip Cox, this is where he ran into trouble last time. Not going to be the same here, though. 1 pitch and brings Mendheim. Grounding out to Cox. It's a 1-2-3, top of the second.
Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
we head to the bottom of the second, Jesse Glover starting it all for the Rangers. A little inside with the offering from Mendheim, a 1-2-3 top part of the inning. That is popped up on the infield, and coming off the bump to make the catch is Mendheim. And Glover is out number 1. Little inside with the offering, ducking to get out of the way is Braxton Lowry. With the one away here in the bottom part of inning number 2. Fouled back to the screen. Historic Eagle Stadium, Ozark, Alabama. Big park, used to be even bigger, I understand. The wall that's 400 feet from center field. Years ago, beyond that 400. And a lot of history here. I believe back in the 50s. St. Louis Cards World Series team playing an exhibition game here. A lot of collegiate, junior college, World Series baseball. That will find its way into left field, and Braxton Lowry on with a second base hit of the ball game for the Rangers. And finds his way to second. Gets into scoring position with one away. Bringing Brody Reagans to the plate. Well, another big day of sports. We're doing baseball here. Baseball in Copiah Lincoln in Wesson, Mississippi gets underway in about 23 minutes. Got football tonight in Utah. Georgia Military College taking on Snow. If you're into NJCAA football, big game. That's 3 and 4. Battling out in Utah. Plus got crews in Savannah, Georgia and Atlanta, Georgia for SIAC games available on ESPN+. One ball, couple of strikes to Rod Reagans. Inside with the offering. 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow. Today, I don't think they apply a time limit. Tomorrow they do. Able to get back safely at second. That is Lowry. Tomorrow, your games go about an hour 45. Today, I think it is 7. Whether it takes us 2 hours or 4. Of course, we're kind of longing for the 2 hours. 3 and 2 the count on Reagans. Little slow roller foul. And Reagans will put on the brakes, slam it in reverse, and head back to the plate. Moving to the on-deck circle is Eli Blankenship. Three-two offering from Mendheim. Got the outside part of the plate, and picking up his first K is Mendheim. Reagans out number 2. So 2 down for Blankenship. A lot of improvements here to historic Eagle Stadium, including the batter's eye in center field. It's been about a year, I guess, maybe longer, maybe 2 years now, since I've been here doing a game. and saw the addition immediately. Big batter's eye, about 400 feet from the launching pad. Chop towards short. Little bobble. Still able to get it to first in time and out, and we'll go Blankenship on the 6-3. A runner stranded again. 2 innings in the books. We go to the third. It is 2-zip Guardians.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the third gets underway. 2-zip ball game. The 2 Guardian runs scoring in the first inning. And coming to the plate to start off the third is Lucas Shepard. A little bit inside with the pitch. Well, you may notice the umpire is behind the plate. I make that behind the mound. He, again, a coach. I'm thinking at some point we get a plate umpire. As this one is shot over towards second. And the throw to first will get Shepard on the 4-3. So there is one away, and for Trip Cox, that is 5 straight set down by the Ranger pitcher. It's got Charlie Turner coming to the plate. Here's the 1-0 offering to Turner. And the count goes even, 1 apiece. Well, Trip Cox working into the third. I'm not saying he won't work the fourth. He's worked 3 innings relatively quick. Typically, though, in these games, we've seen a pitcher work about 3 as a starter. As you got a strikeout of Turner, and that is K number 5 for Trip Cox. 2 gone, and we're back to the top of the order. Levi Gray to the plate. Gray struck out in the first. Back to the plate here in the third with 2 gone. Outside with the first pitch. Brandon Lightwine to the on-deck circle. Couple of pitches missing to Gray. So we now know the Guardians using an 11-man hitting rotation. As the count goes to 2-1. By the way, more baseball on Sunday here and in Wesson, as this one is fouled away. Wednesday, volleyball, wrap of the regular season for Coastal South, taking on Pearl River. And then next weekend, a ton of stuff. Good-looking pitch from Trip Cox to put it into the inning. He just holds Levi Gray in his tracks. 1, 2, 3, go the Guardians in the top part of the third.
You got me falling hard, sweet baby. You got me falling hard for you. And still, I felt this way before. You know it's true. And still, you got me more and more. Oh, you got me falling hard.
We head to the bottom of the third in a 2-zip ball game. Leading things off is Noah McCormick. And moving to the on-deck circle is the leadoff hitter, Tito Benimarino. So the Rangers will be using a 9-man rotation, Guardians with 11. And they might have Jesse Glover to thank for having 9. Glover was decked out in navy blue. I was wondering why he was in the lineup. He represents a 9th hitter. He's got a pitch outside of McCormick, given a walk. That'll be the first walk of the game. And a base runner aboard as we get back to the top of the order. Tito Benimarino lined out to third. That happened to begin the first. When you get to the top of the fourth, Brandon Lightwine, Bryce Tucker, Rush Riley all two up. Shot into left field. Able to squeeze that between third baseman Ellis Williams and the chalk. And on with a single is Benny Marino. And the Rangers have had one of those per inning. Trying to put together a multi-hit inning. Here's a gentleman who's got one of the 3 base hits, Trent Hazen. Couple of base runners on, nobody gone. Here in the bottom part of inning number 3. That is dribbled over towards the on-deck hitter, Trip Cox. ABC Fall League Baseball, the Alabama Baseball Club. As that one is wrapped towards center field. Runners will hold on the fly out by Hazen. And there's one away for Trip Cox. Cox with a fly out to right field, 0 for 1 in the ball game. That'll go to the screen. It will get runners moving. McCormick on his way to third, and Benny Marino taking second on the wild pitch. Count even in 1 on Trip Cox. That is flown out of play. An opportunity for Trip Cox to aid his own cause. To aid that cause in the bump. One, 2 offering. Too far inside. Into the dirt with a pitch. Here comes McCormick from third. He will score. And the Rangers cut the lead in half. Meanwhile, Benny Marino staying put at second. Representing the tying run, go-ahead run at home plate in the form of Trip Cox to the on-deck circle. Moves Hayes Weber. And that pitch a little bit outside. Walk given to Cox. By the way, got a new pitcher. The new pitcher for Team White. Actually, that is the same pitcher. Brings Mindheim. So Mindheim working into the third. I was thinking he had... see, I told you I was up late last night. I was thinking there was only a 3 on the back of the jersey. But there's a 5-2. That is dropped into center field. Benny Marino on his way to third. 2-second Cox. Hayes Weber with a single at first. And the base is loaded up. Jesse Glover with a fly out to the pitcher in the second. Taking the pitch low and inside. Into the dirt with a pitch, but runners will hold. Benny Marino staying put at third, which obviously means Cox remains at second and Weber at first. And now coach coming out to have a conversation with Mindheim. Had not issued a walk until the third. Had not given up multiple base hits until the third. Had not allowed a run until the third. and now has the bases loaded. Conversation over. Coach back over to third. Back up onto the bump, Mindheim. Jesse Glover trying to tie up the game. Inside with the pitch from Mindheim. Count goes to 3-0, and now you're in trouble if you're Mindheim. With a 3-0 count. One more pitch outside of the strike zone, and the tying run comes in from third. And there's that pitch. Down to first will go Glover. Picks up an RBI with the bases loaded walk. In will come Marino. And the ball game tied at 2, and now the go-ahead run 90 feet away for the Rangers. And apparently that is going to do it for Mindheim. Second visit to the bump. A new hurler coming in, the new hurler. And the Mindheim numbers when we come back.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
The new pitcher is Charlie Turner. Brings Mindheim, will work 2 1/3, face 14. 1 strikeout, 4 walks. Or check that, 2 walks, 4 hits. Thus far has allowed 2 runs, but leaves with the bases loaded. 0-2 the count on Braxton Lowry. Guardians with a couple of runs in the first. Rangers with 2 runs here in the third. And a tie ball game at 2. On the outside part of the plate, and out goes Lowry. So Charlie Turner comes in. First hitter face, strikes him out. And there's 2 gone. Bases still loaded. Brody Reagan's to the plate. Reagan struck out looking in the second. He was the lone K of the game for Mendheim. Outside with the pitch. Good stop from behind the plate to force base runners to hold. And that is Lucas Shepard, by the way, working behind the dish. 1-1 offering. On the outside part of the plate. One ball, couple of strikes. And there is a swing and miss. So Turner comes in, does his job with the bases loaded. Fans 2, and we are tied at 2. Headed to the top of the 4th.
The pathways to opportunities are endless at Georgia Military College. Since 1879, we have transformed students into effective leaders and engaged citizens, grounded in civility and respect for others. Whether you want a traditional college experience, something closer to home, or education online that suits your schedule, Georgia Military College is committed to helping you succeed. Start here. Go anywhere.
Top of the 4th gets underway. Brandon Linewine starts it. Bryce Tucker and Rush Riley 2 up in the inning, 2. First game of 4 today. 15 U's played twice. And the 18 U's played twice. And then tomorrow, same story. Low and away with a pitch. The only difference to the story tomorrow are short stories. Today it's novels. We go the full 7. Tomorrow they play with the time limit. Outside with a pitch to Lightwine. Lightwine struck out in the first, and he fans here in the 4th. And there's one away from Bryce Tucker. Well, I mentioned typically, and not always, and obviously this is one of those not only times. Your starting pitcher works about 3. But in this one, Trip Cox is now into his 4th inning. Facing Bryce Tucker. Tucker had the game's first base hit. It was a 2-out single back in the first. He is 1 for 1 in the game. Rush Riley to the on-deck circle. Count goes to 2-1 on Tucker. Bottom part of the 4th, Rangers sending Eli Blankenship, Noah McCormick, and Tito Bonimarito to the plate. Then got the outside part of the plate, and the count evens up. Trip Cox has averaged 2 strikeouts per inning, and he's got 2 already in the 4th. That is K number 8 for Trip Cox. And there's 2 gone for Rush Riley. A little bit outside with the pitch. Riley with a base hit in the first inning. Well, Trip Cox has struck out everybody but Riley, Murdoch, Weed, and Mindheim. As this one is ground to third, throw across the diamond, it's there. And it's a 1-2-3, top of the 4th.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Wrap towards third, and that will sneak underneath the mitt at third of Ellis Williams. And that'll be charged as an E5 that gets the leadoff hitter, Eli Blankenship, on. Second Guardian error of the game. Putting a base runner aboard at first for Noah McCormick. Outside with the pitch to McCormick. And the Rangers trying to take their first lead of the game. Two balls and a strike. McCormick followed by Tito Bonilla-Marino. Here in the bottom part of the fourth in a 2-2 game. That is floated into center field, and that could find the gap. It does. Rolls in the right spot. Josiah Williams eventually tracks it down. Blankenship coming home. He will score with a throw to the plate. McCormick will be tagged out. No, able to get his foot on the bag at third. Looked like the ball was there in time, but able to step around the tag was McCormick. And McCormick picking up the RBI that gives the Rangers their first lead of the game. Top of the order, Tito Bonilla-Marino to the plate. He is lined out in single. Pops this one back this direction and out of play. Back to the screen, fouled away by Bonilla-Marino. Trent Hazen moving to the on-deck circle. Nobody gone, a run in, a runner 90 feet away. Rangers looking to pad the lead. They've got it, they like it, they want more. Guardians trying to keep it at 1. Head to the top of the fifth. Bring Murdoch, Weed, and Holton to the plate. That is popped up out of play again. And another one on the tin roof here at historic Eagles Stadium. Ozark, Alabama, just across the street from the Civic Center. First weekend for the Fall League here, as Bonilla-Marino becomes the first out in the fourth. And for Charlie Turner, that is strikeout number 3. One out for Trent Hazen. That is ground to first, but foul. And everybody back to where they were. Over at third, McCormick back to the plate, Hazen. Hazen 1 for 2 in the game. A single and a fly out to center field. Top of the fifth, Murdoch, Weed, Holton. All due up for the Guardians. That one is sent towards left field, and again will find the gap and roll. That's got McCormick in. Hazen on his way to second. Wants 3. Throw coming to the bag, little off the mark. In safely is Hazen with an RBI triple. So 2 runs are plated in the inning. And it's an inning that has seen a couple of extra base hits, a double and a triple. And it's been that gap in left center field that has created the opportunities. The double for McCormick, the triple for Hazen. And coach working to kind of narrow that gap. Into the strike zone with the opening pitch to Trip Cox. Fouled away. Cox, a fly out to right field and a walk. 0 for 1 in the game. That got the outside part of the plate. Trip Cox strikes out. And for Charlie Turner, that is K number 2. In the inning, 4 in the game. 2 gone for Hayes Weber. Weber with a fly out and a single, 1 for 2 in the game. Was the last out in the first inning with a fly out to center. And put together a 1-out single in the third. Became part of a bases loaded scenario. One offering to Weber. Jesse Glover is on deck. That has popped up in the direction of center field. Almost overrunning, but able to reach back and make the catch is Josiah Williams. And Weber with a fly out, 1 stranded, but 2 in. Rangers take their first lead into the 5th.
You've started this journey by yourself, but you won't have to go it alone. Because now you're a part of something, a community that wants you to succeed, thrive. Here, you'll discover found family, fellow travelers, coyotes. That's the pack. That's coastal Alabama.
Top of the 5th gets underway. It's Murdoch, Weed, and Holton who will come to the plate facing Trip Cox. Cox getting his 5th inning of work in. And let's see if one trend continues, and that is K's. He's had 2 an inning. Gray and Lightwine in the first, Holton and Williams in the second, Turner and Gray in the third, Lightwine and Tucker in the fourth, and he gets Murdoch to begin the fifth. One out for Aiden Weed. On the inside part of the plate to Weed. Weed ground into a 6-3 in the first. Tyson Holton to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate, count goes to 1-2. Trip Cox is a K away from double digits. As this one is popped up in the direction of center field and able to track it down in center field. I believe that is Trent Hazen. And Hazen the catch of the Aiden Weed fly ball for out number 2. Two gone for Tyson Holton. Holton with a strikeout looking in the second. Haven't been many that haven't been struck out. That is nearly a Tyson Holton extra base hit down the line into right field, but it will drop just foul. Josiah Williams to the on-deck circle. Jesse Glover, Braxton Lowry, Brody Reagans when you get to the bottom of the fifth. Dropped into right field, and the throw to first just a little bit tall, or Glover might have had Holton at first. So Holton on with a base hit, 2-out single. Josiah Williams coming to the plate. And the official scorekeeper charging that as an E9, thought that Holton should have been out at first. So that will become the first error of the game for the Rangers. Josiah Williams struck out his last plate appearance. Count even at 1. Trip Cox looking for his 10th K of the game. Into the dirt outside. Nice backhand by Weber. Kept it in front of him, forcing Holton to hold over at first. Guardians responding to the first Rangers lead of the game. First time the Guardians have come to the plate in the top part of an inning, down by a run or two. Josiah Williams, count runs full, 3-2. Three-two offering inside, and Williams given a walk. And that'll be the first from Trip Cox. So a couple of base runners on, and it looks like Trip Cox is about to get a visit. Issuing his first walk of the ball game after 9 strikeouts. And a couple of base runners on, tying run at first. Go ahead run for the Guardians. Coming to the plate in the form of the starting pitcher, Briggs Mendheim. Mendheim is a pitcher, worked 2 1/3, faced 14. Had a strikeout, 3 walks, 4 hits, 2 runs allowed. So Trip Cox going to stay in the ball game. and face Mendheim, who was 0 for 1 in the game. Mendheim with the ground out, the pitcher in the second. Got the inside part of the plate to Mendheim. Here is the 0-1 offering. Lucas Shepard to the on-deck circle. That is ground towards first. Nice job of fielding there. The unassisted put out. A couple of base runners stranded. Nobody scores, and Trip Cox gets out of a wee bit of a mess in the top of the fifth.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
We head to the bottom of the fifth. Jesse Glover starting it off. Braxton Lowry and Brody Reagans due up in the inning, too. First pitch wrapped towards Josiah Williams in center field, and he has been a sure mitt in center. Catches the Glover fly ball for out number 1. A little high with the pitch to Braxton Lowry. Lowry 1 for 2 in the game. Singled in the second, struck out in the third. A little bit inside with the pitch. A little bit high, 3-0. Charlie Turner came into the ball game in the third, worked 2/3 of the third, all of the fourth. Has worked the third of the fifth. And runs the count to 3-0 on Lowry. That is high and away. He's given a free pass down to first. So a base runner report. Well, you saw some of the stuff coming up here on JockJive tonight. Georgia Military College and Snow. That is the number 3 and 4 ranked teams in the country in NJCAA football, which got some big news yesterday. Garden City has an ineligible player, so their 6-1 season mark becomes 1-6. It obviously affects Garden City's chances that no longer exist on getting to the national championship game. Down to second, ball rolls towards center, so in with the stolen base is Lowry. And a base runner in scoring position. And then, of course, tomorrow, more baseball here, baseball in Wesson, Mississippi. Volleyball coming up on Wednesday, season finale for Coastal South, taking on Pearl River. And then the conference tournament getting underway Friday, Saturday, and Sunday up in Albertville, Alabama. Swing and a miss by Reagans. He will go down a strikeout victim. 2 gone, and for Charlie Turner, that is strikeout number 5 in the game. Eli Blankenship with the ground out to short, reached on an error. 0 for 2 in the game. Couple of strikes on Blankenship for the Guardians in the 6th. 10, 11, and 1. Shepard, Turner, and Gray. A little bit outside with the pitch. Holding at second is Lowry. One ball, couple of strikes. That is ground right back up the middle. Throw from second will get Blankenship on the 4-3. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 stranded, nobody scores. Still 2-run lead for the Rangers, 4-2 as we head to the 6th.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Leadoff base hit for Lucas Shepard as we get the top of the 6th underway. That is the 4th base hit of the ball game for the Guardians. It is their first since the first inning. And Josiah Williams coming in to run for Shepard. Charlie Turner coming to the plate. Outside of the strike zone with a pitch to Turner, who struck out in the 3rd. And by the way, got a new hurler on the hill. That new pitcher is Braxton Lowry. A little bit outside with the pitch. Trip Cox will wind up working a total of 5 innings. Facing 20, had 9 strikeouts. 1 walk, 3 hits, 2 runs. And hands it over to Braxton Lowry. Lowry hoping to take it the rest of the way. Charlie Turner with a runner at first representing the tying run at the plate. And that runner at first, Josiah Williams, in for Shepard, down to second with a stolen base, but there was a walk to Turner anyway. So scratch the stolen base. A walk will move Williams to second, Turner on at first. And the top of the order, Levi Gray coming to the plate. Popped up, shallow center field, drops in as a base hit. Nope, you got a force out. Nice job from center field. Picked up by Hazen, will go to second. So instead of a base hit, you have got Gray wrapping into a rather unusual 8-6 putout. And we'll get Turner. Shepard's runner Williams goes to third. Gray on at first with 1 away. A little bit outside with the pitch to Brandon Lightwine. Count even in 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes on Lightwine. Lightwine with a pair of strikeouts as this one is popped up on the infield. Trying to make the over-the-shoulder catch. Lowry won't be able to do so. In from third comes Shepard. Lightwine in first and Gray at second. That will be charged as a Lowry error. So no Lightwine RBI. And it becomes a 4-3 game with a couple of runners aboard. Bryce Tucker stepping in. Tucker 1 for 2. Tucker with a single in the first, struck out in the fourth. Rush Riley moving to the on-deck circle. That is poked foul over in the direction of third. Tucker singled in the first and scored a run. Came in as part of that Murdoch 2 RBI single. And then struck out on the fourth as that is ground to third. And you get the unassisted put out at first throw. I make that at third. Throw over to first, and I think Tucker must have thought there were 2 gone. He almost became out number 3. Trotting down the line over at first, thinking that the put out at third was out 3, but it was out number 2. Two gone and runners on the corners. Rush Riley has singled and ground out, 1 for 2 in the game. That is fouled out of play, back behind the plate, back behind the stadium. Oh, 2 pitch to Riley. Swung on and missed, and Riley will strike out. 1 run comes in off 1 base hit, 2 stranded, 1 error committed. We're through 5.5 and headed to the bottom of the 6th. The Rangers with a 1-run lead. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the order, kicking off the bottom of the sixth in a one-run ball game. Noah McCormick, who has walked and doubled, got an RBI and scored twice. Coming to the plate, Tito Bonimarino, Trent Hazen, 2 up in the inning, 2. That is popped up. And on the mound, Charlie Turner with a catch. 1 out for Tito Bonimarino. He is 1 for 3 in the game. He's lined out to third, singled, and struck out. Trent Hazen to the on-deck circle. .1145 Braves and Reds in 15U, 230. Guardians and Rangers in 18U. And a 5:15 Braves and Reds 18U matchup. The baseball we've got for you today here. Bonimarino with a line out to third in the first. His single came in the third. And he eventually became one of the 4 runs that played it. And then struck out in the fourth. One of the current 5 and now 6 strikeouts for Charlie Turner. Two gone with Trent Hazen next. And I do not know if we get a little earlier start with that 11:45 game if this one ends quickly. We're in the bottom part of the 6th. And I believe these to be scheduled to go 7. Trent Hazen, 2 for 3. Singled in the first, advanced on an error. Flew out to center field in the third and tripled in the fourth. And behind on the count to Charlie Turner. 1 ball, couple of strikes. That is floated to second, and it will hop past Tyson Holton. On is Trent Hazen. So an E4, third error of the game for the Guardians. Allowing a base runner with 2 gone for Trip Cox. The 2 teams have combined for a total of 6 in the game. I'm talking about errors. Combining for 7 runs and combining for 11 hits. Trip Cox 0 for 2. He's walked once. Inside with the pitch to Cox. A little bit outside with the pitch, throw down to first. Diving back in safely is Hazen. Chopped up the middle, that'll be a base hit. So now a base hit, couple of base runners on, Hazen and Cox. And Hayes Weber coming to the plate. Weber with a fly out to center field, a single, and a fly out to center field. Innings 1, 3, and 4. Back to the plate in the 6th. Got a couple of base runners on, trying to extend that lead before going to the top of the 7th. High inside pitch, running with the pitch is Hazen. Delayed steal from Cox. And both will advance. Couple of base runners in scoring position. Gardigan's 2 of their 3 runs coming with 2 gone. And now the Rangers trying to play some 2-out runs. Want to send it out of the park. 3:45 to left, 3:25 to right. As that is ground at third, throw to first. And it will sit against the bag. That'll be an E5 that brings in Hazen. Of course, that might be more of a mistake on the receiving end, but nonetheless, had an opportunity to get Weber. Didn't, and Hazen will come in. And coach out on the mound to have a conversation with Charlie Turner and company. Well, I mentioned all the sports coming up on JockJive. Still plenty today and tonight and tomorrow. But next week, volleyball on Wednesday, football on Friday, volleyball on Friday, baseball Saturday and Sunday, volleyball Saturday and Sunday, football on Saturday. And we are now just over a week away from the start of basketball season. First game of the year, November 4th. And Coastal Alabama South. And at the moment, Coastal South men's and women's basketball. And South Georgia Tech men's and women's basketball here. Ground to short. No play at second. Whipped over to first. Glover will ground into the 6-3. 2 runners stranded. 1 runner is in. And 2 runners left aboard.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back. Her 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 7th gets underway. It is Murdoch who will start it off. Weed and Holton. 2 up in the inning, 2. In a 5-3 ball game. And I assume the top of the 7th will do it if the Guardians do not tie the game up or take the lead. But it is a training league, so I guess there's the possibility we go to the bottom of the 7th. But I'm thinking no, we'll find out shortly. As the count goes to 1-2 on Murdoch. Murdoch 1 for 2. And a 2 RBI single in the first. Struck out in the 5th. He'll float that one into left field. And then it will hop past Benny Marino and extra bases for Murdoch. He'll begin things with a double. So the potential tying run coming to the plate in the top of the 7th, Aiden Weed. Weed 0 for 2 in the game. Ground into a 6-3 and popped out. There are a lot of Guardians that have been fanned by Rangers pitching, but Weed's not one of them. That is a foul ball towards left. Weed with a ground out to short in the first, popped out to center in the second. That is popped up in the direction of center field. Hazen over the shoulder catch, tagging is Murdoch. And he will trot to third. With a 2-run cushion, you are willing to concede Murdoch if you can get Holton. Tyson Holton, 0 for 2 in the game, has struck out and reached on an error. Josiah Williams moving to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate to Holton. Braxton Lowry, who came into the ballgame in the 6th, worked the 6th. Now the 7th. One pitch, just a little bit high. Josiah Williams moving to the on-deck circle if the game gets tied. If Guardians take a lead, we will go to the 6, 7, and 8 spots in the bottom part of the 7th. Two balls and a strike. Holton the first out in the second inning with a strikeout reached on a 2-out error in the 5th. On the inside part of the plate. Count runs even at 2. A little bit outside. And but apparently that was walk. So down to first will go Holton. Couple of base runners on. Tying run aboard. Josiah Williams coming to the plate. Williams has struck out and walked. Brings Mendheim to the on-deck circle. That is dropped into right field. That is a base hit. And in will hit and roll. In is Murdoch Holton. Coming to third, he'll be there. It's a 1-run game with the tying run 90 feet away. So Josiah Williams delivering with a big 1-out base hit to right field. And a couple of base runners aboard, both in scoring position. Tying run at third, go-ahead run at second. Brings Mendheim 0 for 2 in the game. Has ground out to the pitcher and to first. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Lowry. Got the outside part of the plate. And if you're the Guardians trying to tie the game or take the lead, here's the key at bat. And in an 0-2 hole is Mendheim. Here's the Lowry pitch. Got the corner, and out goes Mendheim. So there are 2 gone. And for Lowry, that is strikeout number 2 in the game. Big at bat for Shepard. Needing a base hit, a walk, an error to extend the ball game to the bottom of the 7th. Low and away with the pitch. Of course, the walk wouldn't extend it to the bottom of the 7th, but would get us a step closer. It would bring the 11 hitter to the plate. 1-1 pitch. Ground to short. Took an evil hop into center field. Holton will come in. Here comes Williams, and he'll be tagged out. So it'll be a base hit and an RBI. Brings in Holton. Williams tagged out at the plate. 1 runner is stranded, but the 2 necessary runs are in. And the Guardians will tie it at 5 and send us to the bottom of the inning.
Just about all white Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Couple of runs played in the top part of the inning. Guardians tie it up at 5 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Braxton Lowry leading it off. Brody Reagans, Eli Blankenship, 2 up in the inning, 2. Here's what I don't know about these fall league games on a Saturday. Sunday, you got a 1 hour, 45-minute time limit. And you got a strikeout of Lowry. But can a game end in a tie? Now, there's some fall leagues that, yes, it can. Play 7, where you got the time limit, that's it. I'm not sure if that's true on a Saturday with the ABC Fall League. Well, I guess that's another thing we might find out here in the bottom of the 7th. Brody Reagans to the plate. Reagans, 3 strikeouts in the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Well, there is no weekend championship, so you don't have to have a winner. But I guess if I had to pick, I would say they probably want a winner on Saturday. And if we don't have a leader after 7, if I had to predict, we are going to the 8th. But we will wait and see. Two-two pitch. Got the outside part of the plate. Back-to-back Ks for Charlie Turner. And there's 2 gone with Eli Blankenship coming to the plate. High and away with the opening pitch to Blankenship. Blankenship ground into a 6-3, reached on an error, ground into a 4-3. He is 0 for 3 in the game. Noah McCormick to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with the pitch. Of course, the thing about going into extra innings is you do start using up pitching that you would like to have tomorrow or later today, as that one is lifted foul by Blankenship. Count even at 2. Swing and a miss. Into the dirt, down to first goes the throw, and out will go Blankenship. And he will strike out. And as I mentioned, if I put my money on going extras, that's what we'd do. Looks like for once in my life I would maybe make a little extra money. We are going to the 8th in a 5-5 game.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 8th, bottom of the order, Charlie Turner will start it off. Levi Gray, Brandon Lightwine, 2 up in the inning, 2. So we will do extras. As the catch is made by Jesse Glover in center field, and out goes Turner. And there is one away. The new pitcher is Trent Hazen. Hazen coming to the ball game for Lowry after Lowry worked a couple of innings. And in those 2 innings, faced 13, struck out 2. Handed out a couple of walks. And will allow 1, 2, 3, 4 base hits. Three runs as well for Lowry. Shallow left and on with a 1-out single is Levi Gray. So a base runner aboard, Brandon Lightwine coming to the plate. So again, your Lowry numbers: 2 innings faced, 2 innings worked, 13 faced. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 4 hits and 3 runs. Swing and a miss by Lightwine, who is 0 for 3. Couple of strikeouts and reached on an error. Hazen's pitch on the outside part of the plate. Same results. Got the outside corner. Lightwine striking out looking for Hazen, first strikeout of the game. For Rangers, it is the 12th for their pitching staff. Guardians trying to take the lead before going to the bottom part of the inning. With the bottom and top of the order, Noah McCormick and Tito Bonilla-Marito will start it off. Trent Hazen also due up in that Rangers 8th. Outside with a pitch, goes to the screen, and that's got Gray on his way to second. Little flare out to short. And over onto the grass to make the catch is your shortstop. And again, we don't get positions, and they switch those often during the course of the game anyway. But it's a 4-up, 3-down, 1 stranded, top of the 8th. Rangers looking for a walk-off in the home half of the inning. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the 8th gets underway. Bottom of the order producing a base hit into right field and the potential winning run on at first. With a leadoff single as we get back to the top of the order, Tito Benimarito coming to the plate. Trent Hazen moving to the on-deck circle. So all eyes on McCormick. He is the potential game-ending run here in the bottom part of the 8th. Benimarito 1 for 4 in the game. Couple of strikeouts, a line out to third, and a single. He has scored a run. High inside pitch from Turner. That Rangers base hit, their 8th of the game. Well, I guess fitting. In a game that's tied at 5, that the teams would be tied in hits at 8. Trent Hazen to the on-deck circle. Two-one pitch. It is too far outside, 3-1. Well, if you're Charlie Turner and you walk Benimarito, then you move that potential winning run into scoring position. Big pitch here. Got the strike zone and the count runs full. Benimarito, the line out to third in the first, single in the third, strikeouts in the 4th and 6th, and there is a walk that moves McCormick into scoring position. So a couple of base runners on for Trent Hazen. He will dribble that one foul towards the screen. Well, and again, I am assuming these are typically 7-inning games and not 9-inning games. 7 is your high school, 7 is your junior college. 9s are your college and your pros, so I don't think we go to the 9th if we don't have to. And who decides that is McCormick. He's the guy in second. 1-2 pitch to Hazen. That's popped up out of play. Nobody out. Couple of base runners on. If you are the Guardians, what you're hoping for is a strikeout of Hazen or a ground out to third. They'll take either or at this juncture. Hazen 2 for 4 in the game. A single, a triple, a fly out, and reached on an error. Two-two offering. That is popped up over towards the dugout and overrunning it slightly is Levi Gray, giving another opportunity to Trent Hazen. Two-two offering. Lined up the middle, got the double play, and a runner is at second now with 2 gone. And Charlie Turner, who looked like he might be in danger of giving up the winning run, might have just bailed himself out. Trim Cox to the plate. Cox with a fly out, a walk, and a single. He struck out 2. On the inside part of the plate, 0-2. Hayes Weber moving to the on-deck circle. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Turner. Just a little bit low and inside. One-two pitch. That is ground to first. Gray scoops it, goes to the bag, gets the out. One runner is stranded. 8's not enough. We will go to the 9th in a 5-5 game. Well, I'm seeing, wait a minute, some tossing of mitts, and I think the coaches have said, okay, one extra inning is enough, and the ball game is going to end in a tie at 5. Well, as I mentioned, they're not playing for anything in particular from a standpoint of trophy or title. Playing primarily for a love of the game and to improve that game. So this one will end in a 5-5 tie. And here's a look at your final numbers. Both teams 8 hits. Both teams 5 runs. Guardians 4 errors. Rangers with 2 double-digit LOBs for the Rangers. They will leave 10. Whereas the Guardians strand 7, and the scoring went this way. The Guardians 2 in the first, 1 in the 6th, 2 runs in the 7th. For the Rangers, 2 runs in the 3rd and 4th, and a single run in the 6th. And there is your final score. It is left tied at 5. One more 15U game before we get to the 18Us. And that's the Braves and the Reds coming up at about 11:45. We keep the link open, and when the play resumes, we're back to the action here at historic Eagle Stadium. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is game number 2 of our 4-game slate. The opening game didn't have a winner. Ended in a 5-5 tie. Here's the last of your 15U on a Saturday. The next couple of games will feature 18U, Reds and Braves. Reds the visitors, Braves the home team in this one. Bradley Mitchell starting it off for the Reds. Meanwhile, on the bump is Easton Morris, as that one is sent foul over towards the dugout at third by Bradley Mitchell. To the on-deck circle is Maddox Petties. Count even at 2. It is unseasonably warm here in the Deep South, and it has been rain-free for an extended period of time, with a strikeout of Mitchell to begin this one. Well, that is 2 games in a row where Kay begins things. It was a strikeout of Levi Gray and the Guardians that began the ball game here. A strikeout of Bradley Mitchell's, with Maddox Perry's to the plate. Andrew Hughes moving to the on-deck circle. Currently 83, should warm to 86 today in Ozark. And let's see, the last precipitation, when did it fall? Well, usually my iPhone weather app tells me, but I guess it's been so far back. They just say, not in the last 24. Well, we know that. Also says not expected in the next 10. And we've been about 10 or 15 without. 1-2 the count on Petties. And in case you're interested, feels like 88. Got winds out of the north-northwest at 3, gusting to 8. Temperatures 12 degrees hotter than it would be typically this time of year. Two offering to Petties. That is lined over to third. And instead of the line out, you got the ground out. Petties hitting into the 5-3, and there's 2 gone. Andrew Hughes to the plate. Air quality 65 and moderate, UV index 6 and high. Humidity 49%. Sun sets at 5:58. And just in case you're interested, moon sets at 3:12. On the inside part of the plate with a pitch to Hughes. And Hughes stepping out of the box, and I think that was to say, let me give our referee behind the mound a little opportunity to think about that one. Looked a little wide. There's a swing and a miss. And out will go Hughes. 1, 2, 3 go the Reds. In the top of the first, we head to the bottom of the inning with the Braves coming to bat.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final.
Championship t-shirt.
East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first, Ty Williams leading it off after a 1-2-3 top part of the inning. And that will be sent to center field there, the catch made. And that is Andrew Hughes. Bringing in the Ty Williams fly ball. One out for Ethan Hurst. Mason Dossinger is the pitcher for the Reds. As your hitter comes to the plate, Ty Williams with the fly out. And that's a little bit outside. Actually, this is Ty Williams at the plate. So I am assuming that might have been Easton Morris that started it off. And it is Ethan Hurst who moves to the on-deck circle. Ground to third, backing up the field, knocks it down, throw over to first. Not in time, and one more bag for Williams with the throw over. So we got a base runner in scoring position with one away in the bottom of the first, and now it is Ethan Hurst coming to the plate. And that is going to be charged as an E5, allowing Ty Williams to get on and take second. Ethan Hurst coming to the plate. Opening game, as I mentioned, went 8 innings, ended in a 5-5 tie. And we stopped it after 8 to be able to get the field prepped and ready to roll the second game of the day. Clay Decker is on deck. Hit by the pitch is Hurst. And he'll go down first. Couple of base runners aboard. Clay Decker coming to the plate. And speaking of prepping the field in between ball games, the crew here did a sensational job. Gorgeous diamond here at historic Eagles Stadium. This stadium in place since the late 40s. As that's ground over to first, scooped up by Rush Riley. Getting the out at first of Decker. Moving Williams to third and Hurst to second. And there is two gone. Fidel Castillo coming to the plate. Sends it to short. Throw to first. It will hop into the dugout. In to score is Williams, and in to score is Hurst. So the bad throw over by Littlefield, resulting in a couple of runs coming in. And turns it into a 2-zip game. Over to first with the throw, able to get back safely is Castillo. Inside with the offering to Aiden Morris. Two gone, base runner at first. Morris hitting 2-zip ball game. Interesting the similarities. In the opening game, had a first inning 2-run spurt with two gone. Same thing in game number 2. Braves planting a couple of runs with 2 outs. Out ahead of the pitch is Morris. Count goes to 1-2. A little bit outside with the pitch. Thinking about second is Castillo. But he will hold over at first. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 in. And a fellow at first with the 2 RBI single. That is out of play. I mentioned the stadium built back in the late 40s, but baseball played on this spot for better than 100 years. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, missed, dropped, and then Morris tagged out. Castillo left on. Williams and Hurst come in, and the early lead belongs to the Braves. Just about all white, Jones County. Diving catch is shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. One pitch into the top part of the second, and Dakota Byrne grounding out to second. And there is one away. And yes, I realize that it's a Braves 2-zip lead. Had the Reds on top by 2. When we went to the break, not sure how that happened, except that I did it. It's a one-man band. So, when a sour note is hit, well, you know who played the sour note. But decided to stick up a couple of runs for the Reds. That may happen later. Dropped into right field. And you got the first Reds base hit of the ball game. Grayson Littlefield coming to the plate. Outside of the strike zone with a pitch, one away, one aboard. Here in the top part of inning number 2. Two-zip Braves lead. That is hit to short, took a convenient hop that allows for an easy out at second. And I believe that was Slade Woodham who had gotten aboard. Never saw the back of the jersey, the number. Don't get a starting lineup. We just look at the jersey and the roster and get you who did what. That's Slade Woodham, by the way. And the single winds up grounding into 6-4, or actually gets out on the Littlefield 6-4. And there's 2 gone with a base runner at first. Ground foul by Mason Dossinger. Two gone, one on. Top of inning number 2. Second game of the day. Last of the 15 U's. The 18 U's take to the diamond next. 2:30 and 5:15. Fielding on the short hop. Morris over to first. And he will get the out of Dossinger on the 1-3. A runner stranded off one base hit, but nobody scores in the top of the second.
You got me falling hard, sweet baby. You got me falling hard for you. And still, I felt this way before. You know it's true. And still, you got me more and more. Oh, you got me
We get the bottom of the second underway. Leading things off for the Braves is Barron Upton. On deck, Grayson Bile. Here in the bottom part of inning number 2, as I mentioned on Saturdays. We go in the 7, maybe a little bit beyond, as out will go Upton. Back-to-back strikeouts for Dossinger. Got Morris to end the first, gets Upton to begin the second. And there is one away for Grayson Bile. Miles Johnson on deck. But on Saturdays, the games go 7. And you try to get a winner, but if you can, apparently 8 is going to be the max. And that may be determined, too, on how far away you are from the scheduled start time of the next game. But on Sundays, it's a 1 hour, 45-minute game. So Sunday, you've got 4 games, too, but instead of a 9, 11:45, 2:30, and 5:15 start, it is a 10, 12, 2, and 4 beginning. Two-one pitch. Count goes even at 2 on Bile. Miles Johnson on deck. That is wrapped towards left field, base hit, 1 out single for Bile. Second hit of the game for the Braves. And a base runner aboard, Miles Johnson to the plate. Dropped into center field, back-to-back base hits. Bile with a single. Now Miles Johnson with the same. And the Braves with a couple of base runners on. June Chrysler to the plate. Into the dirt with the offering. Runners way off the bag, especially at first, but staying put. This time, throw down to third, and ball popped out of the mid, and then you initially had the tag of Bile, and then the ball pops out, but Bile off the base, and then the tag is applied by Bradley Mitchell. And Bile will wind up being out on a second try and hanging with it at third. 2 gone and 1 on. That 1 remaining is Johnson over at first. June Chrysler trying to move the runner over. Get the Braves some runs here in the bottom part of the inning. That is floated foul over in the direction of left by Chrysler. And that has got Johnson headed back to first. Chrysler stays at the plate. Two on offering. Got the outside part of the plate. Yeah, the count runs full. 3 ball. Make that goes even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs in a 2-zip ball game with a base runner at first. Chrysler awaiting the Dossinger toss. You'll get a piece of it. Send it on top of the roof foul. Two balls, two strikes, two gone, and that's perfect. On the outside part of the plate, and out will go Chrysler. Dossinger ending the second like he ended the first with a K. And Chrysler will leave Johnson on. It's a 2-zip game as we head to the third.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the third, Maddox Petty's coming to the plate. I believe that is Maddox Petty's, but we have already seen Petty's at the plate and have only had 7 hitters, so let me make sure that is a 9 on the back of the jersey as that one is wrapped. Back to your pitcher, Morris, and yeah, that is Petty's. Which leads me to believe the 2-hitter might not have been Petty's after all. Might have misread the back of the jersey. That was definitely Petty's. And this is definitely Rush Riley. One out, top of the third. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Morris to Riley. Ground towards third, but foul. To the on-deck circle, Trip Cox. And if some of these names sound familiar from the prior game, that is because they should sound familiar from the prior game. They played in the first one today. Rush Riley played in the first game. Trip Cox played in game one. Blake Murdoch and Hayes Weber now playing for the Reds. All played, I think, for the Guardians in the opening game. That'll be fouled out of play by Riley. One away, nobody aboard, top of the third. Game got about an 11:54 start. Of course, no time limits. As that one is lifted towards left field. And that will sail over the head of Fidel Castillo. And pulling into second is Riley. And that'll be scored as a base hit for Riley. So Riley in a scoring position. Trip Cox coming to the plate. Brought right down the middle by Morris. Morris working his third inning on the bump. Runs the count to 0-1 early. Taking off for third. Good pitch to run on Riley. On a wild toss that got to the screen at third, and the Reds 90 feet away from plating their first run. Trip Cox next. And he will drive it into right field. That's a base hit. Brings in the run. Riley and the Reds on the board. Lead cut in half with Hayes Weber to the plate. That one is lifted in the direction of short, back onto the grass, and then backing away, it'll drop in. And with short, second, and center all around the baseball and shallow center, that's an easy trip to second for Cox, and Weber on at first. That'll send us back to the top of the order. Bradley Mitchell to the plate. Into the dirt with the pitch. Throw down to first. Diving back in safely is Weber. At third is Cox. And the Reds poised to tie the game up with the top of the order to the plate. Bradley Mitchell, who struck out on the first. Well, that is another number 9. That must be Maddox Petty's, and the other number 9 is Blake Murdoch. So there are 2 number 9s on the Reds. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. I mean, I know the eyesight is going, but I thought it was a 9 on the 2-hitter. So they got a couple of number 9s. That's kind of like football these days at the collegiate level. And apparently you got a balk, and the balk will bring in a run. Cox coming in from third. Weber going to third. But in college and junior college football, now you got a lot of the offensive and defensive players wearing the same number, 1 from each. So a couple of number 1s or a couple of number 8s. And in this particular case, Reds with a couple of number 9s, it will go to the screen. Weber thinking about coming home, stays put at third. Here's the 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss. And out will go Mitchell. So 2 gone. 2 in, 1 on. Top part of inning number 3. Maddox Petty's to the playground into a 5-3 in the first. Andrew Hughes to the on-deck circle. Here's the Morris 1-0 offering. Got the outside part of the plate. I think sometimes hard to determine officials' calls. Was that a wave to the outside or an indication of strike? 1-1 the count apparently. Fouled off. And by the way, the umpire is behind the mound, not behind the plate. First game got started about 8 to 10 minutes late, which had me thinking that maybe we were waiting on an umpire when starting with one behind the mound until he got here. But apparently, no. We're going to be working with your umpire there. Two offering to Petty's. It's outside 3-2. Andrew Hughes hoping to come to the plate in the third. Braves would like to face him in the fourth. Three-two pitch. Got the outside part of the plate. Petty strikes out looking. One stranded, but 2 red runs are in. And the game is knotted up going to the bottom of the third.
You've started this journey by yourself, but you won't have to go it alone. Because now you're a part of something, a community that wants you to succeed, thrive. Here, you'll discover found family, fellow travelers, coyotes. That's the pack. That's coastal Alabama.
First pitch in the bottom of the third. It is swatted into right field. It becomes a base hit. Easton Morris getting his first base hit of the ball game. And for the Braves, it is hit number 4. Ty Williams to the plate. Reached on an E5, eventually came in and scored a run. Fidel Castro driving in he and Hurst in the first. Game tied at 2. We've spent the better part of today with a tie game. Opening game tied at 2 a bit, then tied at 5. Fielded over at third, a little bit of a drop. Still able to get it over to first and get the out of Ty Williams. Nice job of hanging with it at third. Morris goes to second. Ethan Hurst hit by a pitch, scored a run in the first. Back to the plate in the third. Strike delivered to Ethan Hurst. Clay Decker to the on-deck circle. One ball, couple of strikes. When you get to the top of the fourth, Reds sending Hughes, Byrne, and Woodham to the plate. And that's the second time Hurst has been dinked. So Doink has got Hurst at first. It's got Morris to second. He was on his way to third, but will, on a dead ball hit batsman, make his way back to second. Couple of base runners on for Clay Decker. On the inside part of the plate, Decker with a ground out to first in the first. He was the second out in the inning. Got one out at second, and then Decker apparently came up a little gimpy as put out will go 1-6, getting Hurst. It will bring Morris in. Break the 2-2 tie. Decker, a little wobbly over at first. And it's a 3-2 game. Fidel Castillo coming to the plate. Castillo with a pair of RBIs on a single in the first. Aiden Morris to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate, strike 2 to Castillo. Hughes, Byrd, Woodham. 3, 4, and 5 in the order for the Reds coming up when you get to the top part of inning number 4. Chop towards short. And the quickest route to an out is second. 6-4 goes the put out. That will get Decker. Left on is Castillo, but Morris will come in to score and to break the 2-2 tie. It is 3-2 Braves heading to the 4th.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Well, it didn't take long to get the first out on the top part of the 4th. 3 pitches and out will go Andrew Hughes. And there is one away with Dakota Byrd coming to the plate. One-run plates in the bottom part of inning number 3 to break apart the 2-2 tie. And you got a new pitcher, by the way. It is Ethan Hurst, relieving Easton Morris. Morris will work a total of 3 innings and face 13 in those 3 innings. Had 4 strikeouts. Did not issue a walk, gave up 4 hits. and will allow a couple of runs and hands it over to Hurst. As that is a fair ball down the line into left field. And Dakota Bird on with a 1-out single. Well, taking a look at scores elsewhere. Got MLB tonight, Dodgers and Yankees. Dodgers with that dramatic Freddie Freeman grand slam in the 10th to take a one-game lead over the Yankees, 1-0 in the World Series. NBA don't have anything until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And that is when the Clippers and Nuggets will meet. NCAA top 25. As that one is sent to center field, and then we'll hop out of the mid of your center fielder and not only allow Woodham on, but allow Bird over. So that'll be charged as an E8. It allows a couple of base runners in scoring position for the Reds with one away. And Grayson Littlefield coming to the plate. Top 25, number 4 Ohio State, 14-6 lead over Nebraska at the half. Notre Dame ranked 12 with a 31-7 halftime lead over number 24 Navy. And the half, Indiana ranked 13, beating Washington 17-7. And Oklahoma, with 6 seconds left in the first half, a 14-10 lead over 18th ranked Ole Miss. Of course, yesterday, number 17 Boise State beating UNLV 29-24, and 19th ranked Pitt on Thursday, 41-13 over Syracuse. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Littlefield. And there's 2 gone for Mason Dossinger. Blake Murdoch to the on-deck circle. Low and away with the offering. And, of course, I like to check in on junior college football. See what's happening there. Big win on Thursday. Northwest Mississippi knocking off Holmes with a Hail Mary on the last play of the game to win it 37-35. That was after Holmes had finally grabbed their first lead in the game with about 1:12 to play. And Northwest comes right back and wins it. Also on Thursday in Mississippi, it was East Central knocking off Colin. So I think East Central, the number 1 team in the North in the MACCC. Dossinger delivering with a base hit. That'll bring in Bird. Rounding third, Woodham. He's going to come to the plate and get in safely. Reds take the lead. So Dossinger delivering. Goes to second on the throw to the plate. It's a 4-3 Reds lead. And Blake Murdoch coming to the plate. Rush Riley to the on-deck circle, Morris, Upton, and Bile when you get to the bottom part of the inning. Well, let's see. I don't see anything yet in junior college, except as able to come to third is Dossinger. Thought about home, but he'll stay put at third. Butler with a 6-3 lead over Hutchinson. 9:41 to play in the first half. Iowa Western, 14-zip lead over Garden City as they begin quarter number 3. So those are your two JUCO football scores. Low and away with a pitch to Murdoch. Murdoch ground into a 1-3 in the third. That'll go into the dirt. Here comes Dossinger from third, and he will score. And the Reds take a 2-run lead. Bases cleared for Murdoch. As that one is fouled back to the screen. A little bit outside with a pitch. Rush Riley on deck, top of the fourth. When we begin the bottom part of the inning, we're halfway there. Ground to third, throw to first, and out. We'll go Murdoch on the 5-3. 3 runs are in, though. Braves headed into the top of the fourth with a lead. We head to the bottom of the inning with the Reds on top.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Aiden Morris will start it off. Got a new pitcher on the hill. That is Slade Woodham. Mason Dossinger working 3 innings, facing 15. 3 strikeouts, no walks, 4 hits, 3 runs. And hands it over to Woodham. And Woodham will work the bottom of the fourth. Morris, who struck out to put it into the first, coming to the plate to begin the fourth. Barrett Upton, Grayson Bile, 2 up in the inning, 2. Hit by the pitch is Morris. And he'll go down to first with Barrett Upton coming to the plate. Grayson Bile to the on-deck circle. Top of the fifth, it'll be Riley, Cox, and Weber for the Reds. Outside pitch. Upton with a strikeout in the second inning, 0 for 1 in the ball game. Swings, misses, runner goes. Morris safely in at second with a stolen base. Count even at 1. A little bit high with the pitch to Upton. Upton the first out in that second inning with a strikeout. 2 more games to go on your Saturday of baseball. And by the way, your Saturday of baseball will turn into a Saturday of football here on JockJive. Number 3 ranked Georgia Military College. Number 4 ranked Snow College. Coming up at 8 o'clock tonight Central, 9 Eastern. A little bit outside with a pitch, a hit batsman, and a walk. And a couple of base runners are on. That has got Grayson Bile to the plate. Had a single in the second. Well, we don't have a plate umpire, so he doesn't have one of those brushes to clean the dish. So our catcher trying to clean things up as this one is popped up by Bile on the infield. And coming over from first is one of your number 9s. You've got 2 wearing 9. You've got Maddox, Petties, and Blake Murdoch. Bile with a flyout. 1 away, Miles Johnson to the plate. Well, in Alabama high school football, all of the regional games have wrapped up. That happened last night, the regular season ending next week. And then you're into the first round of postseason. A little bit outside with a pitch to Johnson. June Chrysler is on deck. Inside pitch to Johnson. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. And we are trying to get everything in place for this weekend. It is busy. Got volleyball in Albertville, got football in Tuscaloosa, got baseball on Saturday here and at Central Alabama, got football in Georgia, volleyball in Albertville. Count even at 2 on Johnson. Outside, rolls to the screen. Morris off to third and Upton to second. And why not go ahead and bring in those 2 runs and tie things up? Again, that's how we've spent the better part of the day. That'll catch the outside part of the plate, and out will go Johnson. 2 gone, Jude Chrysler next. And Chrysler trying to drive in those 2 runs, tie it up, leave the bottom of the 4th at least in a tie game. He struck out looking in the 2nd. Outside with the first pitch to Chrysler. Easton Morris to the on-deck circle. Count evens up at 1. Riley, Cox, and Weber. 9, 10, and 11 in the Reds order when you get to the top of the 5th. Into the dirt with a pitch, but holding at third is Morris, which means Upton has to stay put at second. Two balls, 1 strike. Got the outside part of the plate and evens the count up at 2. Two offering. It is popped up on the infield. Catch made at first, and Chrysler will fly out, leaving a couple of base runners on. We finished 4. We're going to the 5th. It's a 5-3 Reds advantage.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back. Her 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Nice little snag over at short on the liner by Easton. Check that by Rush Riley. And Riley's line out number 1. Trip Cox coming to the plate. He'll go after the first pitch. Send it into left field, the 1-out single for Trip Cox. Hit number 7 in the game for the Reds. And a base runner on for Hayes Weber. Top of the order, Bradley Mitchell to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with the pitch. Cox will take off for second. He will get there with the stolen base. Top of the order to the plate when you get the bottom of the 5th underway inside with the pitch to Weber. Ground up the middle, knocked down by Johnson over to first. Gets Weber on the 1-3 while Cox will go to third, but he's there with 2 gone. Top of the order, Bradley Mitchell to the plate. The new pitcher is Miles Johnson. Ethan Hurst works an inning. Faces 6, strikes out 2, no walks. 2 hits and 3 runs given up. A little bit outside with the pitch. Bradley Mitchell, couple of strikeouts. Struck out in the first, struck out in the third. 0 for 2 in the game. Well, if you want to send it out of Eagle Stadium, 345 to left, 325 to right. The gaps, 380 to left and 355 to right. And if you really want to man up and send it to the deepest part of the park, it is 400 feet to center field. But heck, if you're going to hit it to center field, might as well get over that massive batter's eye. So I would think you'd have to hit it about 475. And not, with a roll. 475 on the fly. To get it over the batter's eye in center field. Payoff pitch. Softly hit over towards short. The 1-hop grab, throw to first. And out will go Mitchell on the 6-3. 1 hit, 1 runner stranded. We go to the bottom of the 5th, top of the order. Coming to the plate for the Braves.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
And don't forget, follow us Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. And subscribe to our YouTube channel. And while you're at it, if you want to watch these games later, subscribe to our premium channel. So a lot of assignments, none of them mandatory. Haven't got to do any of them, but we'd like for you to. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Threads, and YouTube. Bottom of the fifth, top of the order. Easton Morris starts and Ethan make that Ty Williams. Then Ethan Hurst due up in the inning. Bottom of the fifth in a 5-3 game. Slade Woodham getting his second inning of work in. Faced 5, struck out 1, walked 1, hit 1, but did not give up a run in that first inning of work in the bottom of the fourth. .30 pitch to Morris inside, and there is walk 2 extended by Woodham. And a base runner aboard with Ty Williams coming to the plate. Williams reached on an error and ground out to third. On the inside part of the plate to Williams, 6th inning for the Reds. Pettis, Hughes, and Bird. 2, 3, and 4 in the order. Woodham with a glance to the runner. Here's the pitch. And that is knocked down over at third by Dossinger. And then the throw to first winds up going to the dugout, and that's got runners at first and third. So a couple of base runners aboard. And that will be charged as an E5. And the 2 runners that could tie the ball game up aboard, and the runner that could give the lead back to the Braves at the plate. High pitch to Ethan Hurst. And is driven to first. That'll bring in the run. So an unassisted put out at first, Hurst picking up the RBI. Morris will come in to score to make it a 1-run game. Williams goes to second, and there's 1 away. Clay Decker to the plate. We appreciate the umpire, by the way, moving from the third base side to the first base side of the mound to kind of clear our view to the hitter. I texted Jason and said, hey, is it possible? He said, sure. And I noticed the umpire is a little getting used to. He had been calling it from the other side, and occasionally you see meandering back over to the third base side, and then says, oops, got to break the habit. High pitch to Decker. Decker with a ground out to first and a ground out to the pitcher. 0 for 2 in the game. Nearly got him. Able to do the limbo and get out of the way. While Williams will go to third. And the tying run 90 feet from home. A little bit outside with a pitch. That is the second Woodham walk of the inning. And it's his third of the game. Got a couple of base runners on, and Fidel Castillo coming to the plate. Castillo 1 for 2. And then one pretty big and drove in a couple of runs in the first inning. Tying run at third, go ahead run now on his way to second, and there safely is Decker. Fidel Castillo 1 for 2. Inside with a pitch from Woodham. And a slated 2:30 start time for the next game. Outside to Castillo, 3-0. That'll roll towards the screen. Here comes Williams from third. He will score. We're tied at 5, and the go-ahead run has made his way to third. Aiden Morris coming to the plate. Couple of base runners aboard, and off to second goes Castillo. So again, a couple of base runners in scoring position. And the Braves poised to take a lead here in the bottom part of the fifth. Inside with a pitch, and the count even at 1. Aiden Morris has struck out and gotten hit by a pitch. Stolen a base. Barrett Upton on deck. Big cut there. Morris, the last out in the first inning, got on as the leadoff hitter in the fourth. And he will lift this one well towards left field. That will sail over the head of Bradley Mitchell in to score. As Decker in to score is Castillo. Aiden Morris putting on the brakes at third with a 2 RBI triple. And we're back to a 2-run lead, but it no longer belongs to the Reds. Braves with the advantage. And let's see if that is going to do it for Woodham. Woodham with 3 walks and a triple. 4 runs are plated here in the bottom of the fifth. Well, I don't know if Coach is now trying to contemplate who would come in or if this is just part of an extended conversation to hit the reset button where Woodham is concerned. Merritt Upton coming to the plate. 1 away, 4 runs have already plated here in the bottom of the fifth. and turned it into a 7-5 game. And it looks like Woodham will stay. Pennies, Hughes, and Byrd when you get to the top of the sixth for the Reds. But the Braves would like to spend a little more time here in the bottom part of the sixth. On the outside part of the plate to Upton. A little bit inside with the pitch. The body language of Upton would suggest he was thinking about going after the toss. But lays off for the pitch. Count goes to 1-2. One ball, couple of strikes. Upton struck out in the second, walked in the fourth. Outside with the offering from Woodham. Two-two pitch. It is too far outside. Here comes Morris from third, and he will come in safely underneath the would-be tag of Dakota Byrd. And the game has got its biggest lead at 3. Three-two pitch that is over the head of Upton. And that is the fourth Woodham walk of the inning. It is his fifth of the game. And a base runner aboard for Grayson Pyle. Pyle 1 for 2 in the game. Outside with the pitch. Off with the toss. Upton. He's got the stolen base at second. And Upton says, what the heck, let's go to third, and he's there safely. So another stolen base. Inside with the pitch. Ball 3. Miles Johnson moving to the on-deck circle. Here's the 3-0 pitch from Woodham. That is wrapped towards third. Run is conceded. Scoring from third is Upton. Pyle out number 2 on the 5-3, but he'll pick up the RBI. And the Brave lead will climb to 4 with Miles Johnson to the plate. Johnson 1 for 2 in the game. June Chrysler to the on-deck circle. little bit high with the pitch to Johnson. Johnson with a single and a strikeout. Singled in the second, struck out in the fourth. It was a 2-out single and out number 2. Miles' contribution offensively. Count goes to 2-1. Evened up at 2. Miles Johnson, the current pitcher for the Braves. Second reliever. Easton Morris got the start. Ethan Hurst came in for an inning. Miles Johnson worked the 5th. We anticipate the 6th. We'll see. A little high with a Woodham pitch. Count runs full at 3-2. Johnson, the 9th hitter for the Braves in the inning. Swing and a miss and out will go Johnson. Big inning though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs played. And a 2-run deficit turns into a 4-run lead as we head to the 6th.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Top of the 6th gets underway. Maddox Petty's will start it off. Andrew Hughes and Dakota Byrne, 2 up in the inning, 2. Six runs played in the bottom of the 5th. Braves turn a 2-run deficit into a 4-run lead. That's deposited into left field. And Petty's and company trying to respond to the 6 runs that plated a half inning back. That'll be the 8th hit of the game for the Reds. And a base runner aboard. Well, a definitive shift with your center fielder. Definitely playing to the left of second, and thus in our shot. A little bit outside with the pitch to Andrew Hughes. Hughes with a couple of strikeouts. Fan in the first, fan in the third. He'll drop that one into left field. A pair of base hits into left. And you got a couple of runners on for the Reds. And coach coming out and have a conversation with Johnson. Johnson came into the ball game in the 5th, faced a total of 4. Gave up a base hit, but no runs. And it looks like Johnson is going to leave here in the top of the 6th. So a new pitcher coming in, the Johnson numbers, and the new guy when we return.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
The new pitcher is Ty Williams. Miles Johnson will leave after working an inning. Faced 6, no strikeouts, no walks. 3 hits given up. Hasn't allowed a run, but he is responsible for the 2 currently aboard. Patties and Hughes, who both got on with base hits. Dakota Bird, Slade Woodham, Grayson Littlefield. Here in the top of the 6th. Inside with the offering to Dakota Bird, who is ground out and single, 1 for 2 in the contest. And there is a strikeout of Bird. Ty Williams beginning things with a K. And 1 away, Slade Woodham next. Woodham has pitched the last couple of innings for the Braves. I make that for the Reds, as that one is driven foul towards third. We will see if he pitches the 6th. At the plate, 1 for 2. Had a single in the 2nd. Reached on an error in the 4th. Came in and scored after reaching on the error. Into the dirt with the pitch. Runners, though, will hold. And the count, 1 ball and a couple of strikes. One-two offering. Got the outside part of the plate. And back-to-back Ty Williams Ks. Bird swinging, Woodham looking. And there's 2 gone for Grayson Littlefield. Inside with the pitch to Littlefield. He ground into the 6-4 and struck out. 0 for 2 in the ball game. Nice catch made at second. That is the former pitcher, Miles Johnson, with a snag. And coming in to shut down the Reds is Ty Williams as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
The pathways to opportunities are endless at Georgia Military College. Since 1879, we have transformed students into effective leaders and engaged citizens, grounded in civility and respect for others. Whether you want a traditional college experience, something closer to home, or education online that suits your schedule, Georgia Military College is committed to helping you succeed. Start here. Go anywhere.
Bottom of the sixth gets underway. Bottom of the order to the plate, Jude Chrysler. And in the top spots, Easton Morris and Ty Williams. Facing a new guy on the hill, that is Grayson Littlefield. Littlefield relieving Slade Woodham after Woodham worked a couple of innings and faced 14. 1 strikeout, 5 walks, 1 hit, 6 runs allowed. There's a base hit for Chrysler. Well, maybe not. Slow trot down the line, and that turns into an out. Should have been a base hit. But instead, Chrysler will wrap into the 9-3. And it'll send us back to the top of the order with Easton Morris coming to the plate. Morris a fly out, a single and a walk. His fly out to center field came in the first. His single came in the third. Walk came in the fifth. After the single and the walk, a run was scored. So Morrison 1 for 2 with 2 runs plating. Outside with a pitch, 3-0. Braves trying to build that lead a little bit bigger before going to the visitor half of the 7th. Outside with the pitch. Littlefield, pitching now for the Reds, will be hitting for the Reds when you get to the top of the 7th. He's the leadoff guy. Dossinger and Blake Murdoch due up in the inning, too. That is popped up in the direction of right field. That'll become a base hit. And Easton Morrison is on. Both teams, well, check that. Reds had a couple of hits in the 6th. They now have 9 hits total. Braves with 8. And a base runner on for Ty Williams. Little outside with the pitch to Williams, who is 0 for 3 but has been aboard twice. Reached on E5s in the 1st and 5th. A little low with the pitch to Williams. Ethan Hurst is on deck. Heading to second, Morrison, and he will be there without a throw. Littlefield thought about it. Plays it safe, and Morrison in scoring position with the stolen base. A little bit inside with the pitch, 3-0. Ethan Hurst on deck. 2 more games to go. They will be of the 18U variety. That is a fair ball. Hugs the chalk into left field. Given the green light to head home is Morrison. Meanwhile, Williams on his way to second. He's got an RBI double. And the lead is at 5. Ethan Hurst hit a couple of times by a pitch and then ground out to first. He has scored a run and driven in a run. The unassisted put out in first brought in a run. Clay Decker to the on-deck circle. Little bit inside with the pitch, throw down to third. And tagged down trying to steal is Ty Williams. So 2 gone. Ethan Hurst now with the bases cleared. Count even at 1. Got the outside part of the plate, strike 2. Hurst hit in the first and third. Both times by Mason Dossinger. Then ground out to first and drove in a run as part of that 6-run 5th inning. A little bit inside with the pitch, and the count goes even. 2 each. Two offering too far outside. Count is full. Payoff pitch from Littlefield. And that's going to pop Ethan Hurst. Well, he's grown accustomed to it. Been to the plate 4 times, hit 3. He's the base runner in first. Clay Decker to the plate. Decker 0 for 2, did walk and score a run in that 6-run 5th inning. Well, we've reached the 2-hour mark in this ball game. Got an 11:54 start. Now 1:54 on a Saturday afternoon. Clay Decker hoping to tack on a little more insurance before going to the 7th. That is shot into center field, and that will ricochet off of the mid of Andrew Hughes. Hurst will make his way to third. And Clay Decker will wind up taking second. So you got a combo package, a hit and an error. A couple of base runners in scoring position. Coach coming out to the bump to have a conversation with Littlefield. By the way, a big thank you to the ABC Baseball Club, the Fall League, for the opportunity to be able to stream baseball to you. Three weeks prior to the break, and now 3 weeks afterwards. And the way I'm understanding it, 2 weeks here, 1 week at Headland High. After 3 weeks at Wicksburg. High with a pitch to Fidel Castillo. Castillo, 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. Had a single in the first that brought in Ty Williams and Ethan Hurst. Sends it foul. A little bit inside with the pitch. Runners holding. Littlefield thinking they might try to come home, but do not. They stay put. Two on offering. Got the outside part of the plate, and the count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. And that pitch a little high, a little inside, and the count runs full. Aiden Morris to the on-deck circle. Here's your payoff from Littlefield. That is driven towards center field, and that is going to sail over the head of Andrew Hughes. Hurst is in. Decker is in. On his way to third is Castillo. And he's told to hold there a 2 RBI triple to go along with a 2 RBI single earlier. And the lead now 7. Aiden Morris to the plate. Morris has struck out, been hit by a pitch and tripled. And here comes Coach, and apparently it is to get Littlefield. So Littlefield will leave the bump. Got a new guy coming in. We'll get the Littlefield numbers for you and take a look at the new pitcher when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Rush Riley into the game, trying to get that last out here in the bottom of the 6th. Castillo, your base runner in third. Aiden Morris coming to the plate. 3 runs are in the inning, and the lead has grown to 7. And that will hit the elbow of Morris, but is he going to get the bag nub? Didn't think he was. Kind of stuck that elbow into the path of the baseball. And according to the official, the count even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Over the head of Morris. Grayson Littlefield, 2/3 of an inning of work, faced 6, no strikeouts, no walks, 4 hits, 1 hit batsman, 3 runs allowed. And he is responsible for the runner at third, Castillo. Then got the inside part of the plate. Couple of strikes on Morris, who was struck out in the first, hit by a pitch in the fourth, and tripled in the fifth. High and away with the pitch. Count, runs full, 3 balls, couple of strikes. And that's high and inside. So Morris given a walk. Baron Upton coming to the plate. Upton, the 8th Brave in the inning. After 9 went to the plate in the 5th. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate, while down to second goes Morris. Upton struck out in the second, walked in the fourth, and walked in the fifth. Back to the plate in the sixth. And that one is going to hit Upton. So a walk and a hit batsman, couple of base runners put on by Riley, and the bases are loaded. As Littlefield left with a runner on. And now you got it all loaded up for Grayson Bile. I do not know what the run rule is here. I would assume it's at least 8, maybe 10 after 5. If it's 8, the runner at third does it. If it's 10, the runner at first. But there are 2 outs. That is wrapped over in the direction of first. And the catch made in foul territory. Bile flies out, leaving 3 on. 3 runs played. The lead is 7 as we head to the top of the 7th. Just about all white, Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the seventh gets underway. Grayson Littlefield starts it. Mason Dossinger and Blake Murdoch due up in the inning, too. Facing a Ty Williams, who came into the ballgame in the sixth and faced two and got them both. And actually, this is Dossinger starting it off. So Williams faced three and got them all in the sixth after Miles Johnson leaves. And Dossinger, Murdoch, and Riley are the three coming to the plate in the seventh. Two-two offering. It got the inside part of the plate, and Dossinger will strike out ducking. Okay, looking, but ducking. To get out of the way of the pitch he thought was going to travel in on him, and instead it crosses the strike zone. Blake Murdoch to the plate. Murdoch ground into a 1-3 and a 5-3. A little low with the first pitch to Murdoch. Rush Riley on deck for there to be a bottom of the seventh. I'm thinking you got to have 7 runs. I guess it's always possible in a developmental league that you go to the bottom of the seventh regardless. But I'm thinking it's going to require 7 runs to get us to the bottom part of the inning. Murdoch 0 for 2. Little inside with a pitch, 2-0. Murdoch ground into a 1-3 in the third, a 5-3 in the fourth. That is lifted in the direction of right field. It will drop into foul territory. And run the count even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Rush Riley on deck. Two pitch. Well, apparently that was a 3-2. And the little high offering will put the base runner on with a walk. Murdoch down to first. Rush Riley coming to the plate. Riley with a double, a line out to short, 0 for 2 in the game. And he will send that one to short, and I thought our umpire was about to ring up Murdoch diving back in at first, but I think he is apparently safe. And there's 2 gone. Trip Cox trying to extend the ball game to the Hayes Weber at bat. Cox 2 for 2 in the game, a stolen base, an RBI, and a run scored. Ty Williams with a look to the base runner at first. Here's the pitch. Chopped over towards first. It is underhanded to Williams, who gets to the bag ahead of the arrival of Cox, and the 3-1 put out will put an end to your ball game. It is a 12-5 final. Braves knocking off the Reds. And taking a look at your final numbers in this one. Total of 9 hits for the Reds, and they will leave 6 on. Committed 3 errors. Got a couple of runs in the third, 3 runs in the fourth. For the Braves, 11 hits, 9 stranded, 1 error committed. And the runs divvied up this way. 2 in the first, 1 in the third, 6 in the fifth, and 3 runs in the sixth. And there's your final score. We've had a 5-5 game and a 12-5 contest. 15U done and the 18U's coming up. And all of it right here on JockJive. And speaking of your 18U matchup, take a quick look at who's coming up. A 2:30 matchup or thereabouts between the Guardians and the Rangers, and the Braves Reds encounter at 5:15. We keep the link live, so watch for the baseball roughly a half hour from now on JockJive.
Shades, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot. Good mornings make for better days. Ready for the ride of life.
We are a pitch into the ball game, and leading things off, that was Caden Boutwell. Boutwell grounding into the 6-3. And there is one away. Top part of the first just underway as we get your Rangers Guardians games in progress. Rangers decked out in the powder blue, Guardians white with the red numbers. And like you, we know who is coming to the plate when they make their way to the plate. Caden Boutwell grounding into the 6-3. Starting it off. And this is Michael Byrne. After the 6-3, the walk of Michael Byrne, base runner aboard with one away here in the top part of inning number 1. Toss getting away from the catcher just a tad. Byrne taking the opportunity to get down to second in scoring position. Camden Chin to the plate. Well, your 2 15U games, one ended in a 5-5 tie, the other a 12-5 win. One ball, a couple of strikes. Chin with a base runner in scoring position, one away, top part of inning number 1. First of the 18Us, we'll have one more. Slated for a 5:15 last game start. A little bit inside with the pitch. For the Guardians, it is Griffin Pickren who is on the hill. Swatted right back to Pickren, looks the runner back, goes over to first, gets the out there, throw to third, and will wind up against the fence. Is there an opportunity for Byrne to come in? There is. Chin out, but Byrne in. It's a 1-zip ball game. And the base is cleared. So you got the 1-3 put out over at first. You got the bad throw to third that gets Byrne in. Turns it into a 1-zip game and brings Braden Marchand to the plate. And as you see, there's a little problem over at third. Base got dug up a bit, so doing a little excavating and getting third back in place before we resume play with Marchand coming to the plate. Swing and a miss by Marchand. Nothing in two the count. 2 gone, 1 in. Top of the first, game just underway. And that will do it for the Marchand at bat. 4 go up, 3 go down, 1 stranded. Nobody scores. We head to the bottom of the first on JockJive.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
First pitch, bottom of the first, is wrapped over into the corner in right field. And Griffin Pickren doing the pitching for this Guardian squad, aiding himself with a base hit of the double variety. So Griffin Pickren on to begin the ball game. And in scoring position. Poised to at least tie the ball game up. Little low and inside with the pitch to Cody Byrne. Tossing the balls and strikes for the Rangers. Christopher Bond, as that one is fouled away. Into the dirt with the pitch, and off to third will go Pickering. 90 feet away from tying the ball game up. That is wrapped to short. A little two-hop, convenient hopper that will bring in the run. Byrne grounding into the 6-3. That will drive in Pickering and turn it into a one-apiece game. One away, one in. To the plate, Grant Calhoun. Bottom of the first, one away, one in. That is slapped by Calhoun into left field. Second base hit of the inning and a base runner aboard. As Calhoun heads to first for the Guardians. Meanwhile, Caden Baxter to the plate. Got a base runner aboard. Baxter swing and a miss. Hit by the pitch. That is Baxter. He'll go down to first to move Calhoun over to second. So a couple of base runners aboard here in the bottom part of the first. And Braxton Hodges to the plate. That'll be dropped into left field, base hit. Here comes Calhoun to third, puts on the brakes there. To second, Baxter. Hodges at first, and the bases are loaded for the Guardians. So the Guardians not taking long to try to take their first lead. Bottom part of the first after the Rangers played one in the top part of the inning. Antoine Ham coming to the plate. Hit to left field, catch made there, tagging is Calhoun from third. He will come in, score easily. However, let's see if Baxter makes third. He will. And with the throw to third, Hodges heading to second. So Ham with the sacrifice fly to left field, picks up the RBI. Gives the Guardians the lead, couple of base runners in scoring position. With two gone. A little bit outside. Kyle Reagan's the hitter. Guardians like the two they got, but want more. Got a couple of base runners aboard. Outside of the strike zone, a walk to Reagan's. So a couple of free passes issued by Bond. Hit Baxter and put him on, walks Reagan's and puts him on, and the bases loaded again. Foul back to the screen by Cody Byrne. I checked that by Hoke Harkrider. Harkrider with the bases full, 2 gone, 2-1 game. Bottom of the first. That is floated in the direction of right field. And the fly out will leave 3 stranded. I think they will count the catch, yes. It dropped when he tried to pull it out of the mitt. So a fly out, leaving 3 stranded, 2 in. 2-1 Guardians lead going to the second.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Top of the second and a 2-1 ball game. Guardians with the advantage. And a late swing fouled away by Cameron Richards. As we get the top part of the inning underway. A little bit inside with the offering. Top part of inning number 2. Swing and a miss into the dirt, throw down to first, and Richards was already a strikeout. Now he's out, and there's one away. That'll bring Evan Preston to the plate. Couple of pitches outside of the strike zone to Preston here in the top part of inning number 2. 2-1 ball game. In those prior 15 U contests, the 5-5 tie was between the Guardians and the Rangers. Yeah, the Braves knocked off the Reds 12-5. Preston, 1 ball, couple of strikes. And there is a walk handed out to Preston. He will become the second base runner of the ball game. Pickren walked 1 in the first, and ironically, that 1 walk in the first became a run. And that 1 walk in the first came with 1 away. Let's see if the same thing happens here in inning number 2 with a 1-out walk to Preston. A little high with the pitch to Chase Reagans. One ball, 1 strike, 1 on, 1-run ball game, top of inning number 2. Third game of the day, 1 more to go, slated for a 5:15 start. So we are hoping we will get this one done in enough time to kick things off on time with a nightcap here. A little bit outside with the pitch. Into the dirt with the offering and another walk. Back-to-back walks, Preston and Reagans. And a couple of base runners aboard for Christopher Bond. And a runner coming into the ball game at first for Reagans. That is Richards. As Bond makes his way to the plate, an Ashford High School product. That's going to roll towards the screen, and taking off for third there safely is Preston with a throw to third. Reagan's runner Richards will take off for second. And you got a couple of base runners now in scoring position for Bond. And Bond in that familiar spot to be able to help himself on the hill at the plate. Ground foul towards the dugout. Barrett Upton moving to the on-deck circle. Right back to the pitcher. Pickren looking back to the runner. Goes to first. And Bond out on the 1-3 for out number 2. So an opportunity for Pickren to get out of the inning unscathed if he can take care of Upton. Got a couple of base runners on in a 2-1 game. That is wrapped over towards right field. That's going to drop in as a base hit that brings in Preston. And the game is tied at 2. So it's not an unscathed inning for Pickren. It's a scathed one as Upton delivers with an RBI single. first with the throw, able to get back safely is Upton. Rangers sending Chase Reagans to the plate. Well, this is maybe a 49 from the 15U. Well, that would be Chase Reagans. I was thinking we had already seen a 49 come to the plate. May have another situation with a pair of 49s. Had a game earlier today with a pair of 6s. That is hit right back to Pickering. And the throw goes to first to get whomever is wearing that 49 on the 1-3. 1 run in. It is a 2-2 ball game as we head to the bottom of the second.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We're a pitch into the bottom part of the second. And the E5 will get the leadoff hitter aboard. Landon Gammons to the plate. Isaiah George, that leadoff guy. Reaching compliments of the E5. Landon Gammons, a product of Poplar Springs. That is deposited into left field. Got an error, got a base hit, got a couple of base runners on. That is the fourth hit of the ball game for the Guardians. And 2 aboard with nobody gone in the bottom of the second. Now to get into the dirt, go to the screen. Runners will advance. George will go to third. Gammons to second. Griffin Pickering, the hitter. Leadoff guy back to the plate who had a double to begin the ball game for the Guardians in the bottom of the first. And now at the plate with a couple of base runners in scoring position. That is muscled foul over in the direction of first. In towards Marchand in center field, backtracking, and that will sail over his head. George is coming in to score. Gammon's rounding third. He's in two. Pickering putting on the brakes at second. He's got 2 doubles, 2 RBIs now. And the lead will go to 2. Still nobody out with Cody Byrne to the plate. And Christopher Bond giving up his second hit of the inning, 5th of the game. Cody Byrne ground into a 6-3 that brought in Pickering in the first inning. A little bit outside with a pitch to Byrne. Grant Calhoun moving to the on-deck circle. Historic Eagle Stadium, Ozark, Alabama. Runner taking off for third, in safely with the steal is Pickering. And that is a runner for Pickering. That runner is Antoine Ham. So Ham with a stolen base at third. High and inside with a pitch to Byrne. There is the first out of the inning, the strikeout of Cody Byrne. 1 out, Grant Calhoun next. Caden Baxter moving to the on-deck circle. Ground towards third, charging in to score. That is Reagan's. I'll check that. That is Pickering's runner, Ham. And the 5-3 put out of Calhoun will produce an RBI for Calhoun and a run for the Guardians. So the base is cleared. 2 gone, 3 runs in. To the plate, Caden Baxter. Braxton Hodges to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen. And Calhoun, who apparently got on instead of a 5-3 put out. Had a little miscue. Got him aboard. And he is now situated at third with Baxter in an RBI chance. Baxter hit by a pitch in the first. And still just 1 away. The lone out was the strikeout of Byrne. That'll roll to the screen. Ricochet off, though, and staying put over at third is Calhoun. Not a particularly deep backstop. So you're taking your chances coming in from third. on a toss that gets behind catcher. Swing a miss. Baxter is out number 2. Both of the Bond outs here in the second have been strikeouts. And now there is 2 gone. Braxton Hodges, who had a single his last plate appearance. Back to the plate in the second. He is the 5th Guardian who has appeared in both innings. Antoine Ham, who came in and scored for Griffin Pickering, is on deck now. He was the courtesy runner for Pickering after the double that drove in a couple of runs. That is popped up on the infield. And I believe it's going to drop foul. It will. A little misread by first baseman Evan Preston. Couldn't bring it in, and that's to Hodges' benefit. He'll have an opportunity to take a poke at another swing from Christopher Bond. A little high with the pitch. Count goes even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And there is the swing, the miss, the trip to first, the throw, the out, and the end of the second. But 3 runs are in, and it's a 5-2 advantage. Guardians headed to the third. Top of the third gets underway. Nothing in one the count. Griffin Pickering getting his third inning of work in. And he's facing the top of the order, Caden Boutwell. Michael Byrne, Camden Chin due up in the inning too. Outside of the strike zone, and a walk is given to Boutwell. Boutwell, who grounded into the 6-3 in the first. Given a free pass to first in the third. And a runner on, Michael Byrne coming to the plate. That is lifted towards left field. Ham there for the catch. Byrne is out number one. So one away, one aboard. Camden Chin to the plate. Throw over to first and able to get back safely is Boutwell. Chin ground into a 1-3. He is 0 for 1 in the ball game. Braden Marchand moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with a Griffin Pickering pitch. Low and inside, walk given, couple of base runners on, both compliments of Pickering walks. Boutwell to second, Chin the base runner at first. And Braden Marchand coming to the plate. There was a swing, there is a miss, there is a couple of base runners taking off for the next bag. Boutwell with a stolen base to third. And Chin will take second. There's a swing, there's a miss, and Marchand will strike out. So two gone, Cameron Richards to the plate. Another strike, pair of them on Richards. Richards a strikeout victim in the second. That is shot in the direction of center field, and There's the catch. There's the out. 2 runners are stranded. Nobody scores in the top of the third. We go to the bottom of the inning. Guardians sending 6, 7, and 8 to the plate in the home half of the inning.
The pathways to opportunities are endless at Georgia Military College. Since 1879, we have transformed students into effective leaders and engaged citizens, grounded in civility and respect for others. Whether you want a traditional college experience, something closer to home, or education online that suits your schedule, Georgia Military College is committed to helping you succeed. Start here. Go anywhere.
Third consecutive time leadoff gets on for the Guardians. Ham, compliments of the E5. So Pickering on in the first, George on in the second, and Ham gets on in the third. And there's a base runner aboard. Bottom of the third, Hoke Harkrider to the on-deck circle. Kyle Reagans with a swing and miss. Fouled back to the screen by Reagans. Reagans with a walk in the first. Batting here in the third. Pop back this direction. It will get on top of the roof and out of play. Well, there is a walk issued to Reagans. Got a couple of base runners on. Ham will go to second. Reagans issued his second walk of the game. Couple of base runners aboard in the bottom of the third. Hoke Harkrider to the plate. Isaiah George on deck. That's dropped into center field. It'll be a base hit. Couple of base runners in scoring position, and Harkrider at first. It is all loaded up and nobody's gone. Isaiah George coming to the plate. And apparently that is going to do it for Christopher Bond. So the day done for Bond, the new pitcher coming in, the new guy in the Bond numbers when we come back.
She's frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Camden Chin summoned to the mound with the bases loaded, nobody gone. And Christopher Bond will leave after working 2 innings and facing 18 as that is dropped into left field. 1 run in as Ham scores, 2 runs in. Reagan's doing the same. And with the throw to the plate, Isaiah George will make his way to second. 2 RBIs on the single by George. And a couple of base runners in scoring position for Landon Gammons. And still nobody out in the bottom of the third. Fouled out a play by Gammons, who had a single in the second. Back to the plate here in the bottom of the third. And we are definitely going to have more players for the Guardians who have batted in every inning. Got Pickering getting ready to come to the plate. And he is hit in the first and second innings. Upstairs with the offering to Gammons. Gammons with a single and a run scored in the second. Count goes even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. That got the outside part of the plate, and Gammons is out number 1. First strikeout of the game for Chin. One out, top of the order, Griffin Pickering to the plate. A little bit outside with the chin offering. It'll find its way into center field, base hit, and it looks like 2 more runs are in. Harkrider scores, George scores 2. And Pickering's RBI total grows to 4. He is 3 for 3 with a couple of doubles and a single. Has scored twice and driven in 4 runs. Cody Byrne 0 for 2 in the game. Round into a 6-3. And struck out. Off the end of the stick, it will go foul. Byrne ground into the 6-3, then brought in Griffin Pickering in the first, and then struck out in the second, back to the plate in the third. Well, thus far, we have had a total of 5 players hit in every inning. Now you got at least 1, well, 2 that have hit in 3. And that was 5 who had hit in every inning in 2 innings into the game, and now 3 innings in. 2 hitters thus far in every inning, with Grant Calhoun on deck. And barring Byrne wrapping into the double play, we will see Calhoun. Two-two offering. Chin trying to field, couldn't get to it. Everybody is safe. Byrne on at first. And down the second will go Pickering. So a couple of base runners on, and Grant Calhoun coming to the plate. That is hit well towards left field, but it looks like it is going to be retrievable. And there the catch is made by Upton. And Calhoun with a fly out for out number 2. Two gone for Caden Baxter. Baxter got hit by a pitch and struck out. Chin, a couple of glances over the shoulder to Byrne. Here's the pitch. Runs in every inning for the Guardians. And it's been kind of a gradual increase in runs per inning. 2 in the first, 3 in the second. And now 4 runs this inning. Ground to short. The backhand is dropped there, and the bobble will allow the bases to be loaded. And Braxton Hodges to the plate. Well, you can talk about for Hodges an opportunity to blow the game wide open. Already a 7-run lead, but the bases loaded, 2 outs. And Braxton Hodges coming to the plate. Low and away with the pitch. One offering, it got the inside part of the plate, 1-2. Hodges with a single and a strikeout. Guardians have hit around. This is the 10th hitter in the inning. The guy who started it off, Antoine Ham, on deck. Strike 3, got the inside part of the plate. That is the second time in 3 innings Guardians have left it loaded. We go to the 4th in a 7-run game.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the 4th gets underway with a brand new pitcher, Caden Baxter, on the hill.
So Griffin Pickering will leave after 3 innings of work. And in those 3 innings, faced 15. He had 1, 2, 3 strikeouts, 1 per inning. Handed out 5 walks, allowed a single hit and a couple of runs. And hands it over to Baxter. Baxter facing Evan Preston to start things off. A little bit outside with a pitch, and down to first will go Preston with a walk. So a base runner report. Well, I'm not going crazy. There are a pair of 49s. And I'm thinking maybe one is Jeremiah Pitts, and the other is Chase Reagans. So if I had to guess, this is Jeremiah Pitts. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Pitts. Christopher Bond to the on-deck circle. Into the dirt with the offering. Count goes to 1-2 on Pitts. Pitts with a walk in the second. A little bit inside with the offering. Haven't checked in on scores elsewhere lately. Of course, as you know, no Major League Baseball until later tonight. And as you know, no NBA until the first game at 4. So nothing underway at this moment as Pitts will strike out. And there's one gone for Christopher Bond. But there is plenty of top 25 college football. Your finals: number 4 Ohio State beating Nebraska 21-17. Notre Dame ranked 12 in the country. So 24th ranked Navy, what a top 15 team really looks like. 51-14 the final. Notre Dame wins it. That is wrapped the third, got the 5, the 4, didn't get the 3. So Bond wrapping into out number 2 that got the lead runner Preston. Bond at first and Barrett Upton to the plate. Number 13, Indiana, 31-17 over Washington. 18th ranked Ole Miss knocks off Oklahoma 26-14. And in progress, number 1 Oregon, 28-3 over number 20 Illinois, with 6:09 to play in the first half. 11th ranked BYU, a 17-7 lead over Central Florida, 4:38 to play in the half. Number 15 Alabama, a 3-0 lead over number 21 Missouri, with 7:57 to play in the half. And number 5 and number 25 tied at 7, Texas and Vanderbilt, with 2:51 to play in quarter number 1. Swing and a miss by Upton. Chase Reagans moving to the on-deck circle. Junior college football, as Upton will strike out and put it into the inning. We'll get to those scores when we head to the bottom of the 4th.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway. The same spot that began the third begins the fourth. Antoine Ham. Leadoff has gotten aboard every inning for the Guardians. Let's see if that trend holds true here in the bottom of the fourth. All right, how about some finals in junior college football? Central Georgia Tech over River City Prep, 42-zip. Glenn beat Northeastern Oklahoma A&M, 42-14. Coffeyville over Ellsworth, 48-7. Butler beats Hutch. Hutch, the number one team in the country. And the only remaining unbeaten is no longer unbeaten, 27-22. Butler wins that one. Iowa Western, a 38-zip win over Garden City. And then a few games in progress. Mississippi Gulf Coast 7-zip over Kahoma. That is early in the first. And Dodge City with a 20-zip lead over Independence, 2:23 to play in the third. Ham wrapping this towards left field. Upton backtracks, catches up with it. And Ham becomes the first leadoff hitter to go down for the Guardians. One out for Kyle Reagans. Reagans with a couple of walks, walked in the first and third. Fouled out of play by Reagans. Harkrider to the on-deck circle. Chase Reagan starts the top of the fifth off for the Rangers. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate from Chin. Came into the ball game in the third. Gave up 3 hits and 1 run. But cooking with grease here in the bottom of the fourth gets Reagan swinging. And there's 2 gone. Honk Harkrider next. One ball, no strikes, 2 gone, nobody on. Outside with the pitch, 2-0 to Harkrider. He has popped out and single. Flew out to right field in the first, had a base hit as part of that 4-run third inning. And he will float this one towards Upton in left field. Comes in, makes the catch. And Shin turns in a... Isn't it a 1-2-3 inning? My book says we've had 3 go up and 3 go down. And now the official says, yep, I think so. We're going to the 5th in a 9-2 ball game.
You've started this journey by yourself, but you won't have to go it alone. Because now you're a part of something, a community that wants you to succeed, thrive. Here, you'll discover found family, fellow travelers, coyotes. That's the pack. That's coastal Alabama.
Top of the 5th gets underway. Chase Reagan starts it off. Caden Boutwell, Michael Byrd, 2 up in the inning, 2. Those shadows beginning to cast across historic Eagles Stadium. The catcher in the shadows. Hitter halfway there. Plenty of sunshine between the plate and the pitcher, though. But those shadows will begin to creep across the diamond, and eventually the lights come on here for the last remaining game. A 5:15 planned start for the nightcap. High pitch to Reagan's. Reagan's 0 for 1. Ground into a 1-3 put out that put it into the second. Three-one pitch. It is outside and a walk extended. So Reagan's is on. We go back to the top of the order. Caden Boutwell coming to the plate. Tomorrow, Jason Thompson on the call. He's got some football today in Gulf Breeze. Tomorrow, doing the baseball here. I'll head to Mississippi to call a couple of games and pick up some gear there. And then next weekend, we'll do it all over again. A little bit inside with a pitch to Boutwell. Boutwell 0 for 1. Has grounded into a 6-3 and walked. Hey, be sure to check out the JUCO Rush if you like junior college football. New show coming out on Wednesday. So be looking for it on our YouTube channel. Count even in 2, couple of balls, couple of strikes on Boutwell. By the way, with Hutch winning and losing and Iowa Western winning, looks like you're going to have a new number 1 in the country come Monday with the new NJCAA polls. Iowa Western lost to Hutch, fell to 2, and has stayed there until apparently this weekend, and going to move back to the 1 spot. And, of course, the top 4 teams get into the postseason, have a chance at the national championship. Three balls, couple of strikes. That got the inside part of the plate, and out goes Boutwell. 1 away, Michael Byrne to the plate. Michael Byrne reached on an error and popped out to left field. Camden Chin to the on-deck circle. Reagans with a walk, still over at first. And dropped in a little bit low from Baxter. Baxter into the ball game not quite 2 innings ago. We're at the 4th, trying to finish out the 5th. One offering, it is a little bit outside. Upstairs with a pitch. Byrne reached on an error. Actually got on with a walk and then advanced with an error in the first. Eventually came in and scored a run. Then popped out to left field in the 3rd. Outside pitch, walk to Byrne, couple of base runners on. Both given Baxter passes. And there's 2 on for Camden Chin. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Chin. Chin ground into a 1-3 put out and walked. 0 for 1, has a stolen base to his credit, too. Bottom of the 5th, George Gammons and Pickren all coming to the plate. There's the 4-6. Then gets out number 2 and takes Burt off the base path. Two gone and Braden Marchand at the plate. Inside with the pitch to Marchand. Couple of strikeouts. Fan in the first and third. Count goes even, 1 apiece. One ball, 1 strike. 2 gone, 2 on, 2 high. And the count 2-1. Marchand the last out in the first inning, the middle out in the third. Trying to avoid becoming the last out in the 5th. Count goes even. Two offering. Nearly got a piece of him and runs the count to 3-2. Got a couple of base runners on. Marchand wouldn't be opposed to loading it up for Cameron Richards. Here's the payoff pitch. Got the outside part of the plate. Third strikeout of Marchand. 2 runners stranded. That's 7 left on by the Rangers. We head to the bottom of the 5th. George Gammons and Pickren. The Guardians due up.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
Bottom of the fifth gets underway. Braden Marchand is the new pitcher. Camden Chin will work a couple of innings and face 10. 3 strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits, 1 run allowed. And hands it over to Marchand, who's got George, Gammons, and Pickren in the bottom of the fifth. Count runs to 3-0. George has reached on an error and singled. The single brought in 2, and he has scored twice, too. There is a walk given to George. So a base runner on. Landon Gammons coming to the plate. Top of the order, Griffin Pickren to the on-deck circle. 1 more game to go. And then we'll wrap it up until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Stolen base for George on the throw to Gammons, too high. Landon Gammons, a single and a strikeout, 1 for 2 in the ball game. High pitch from Marchand, running the count to 3-0. Top of the order, Griffin Pickren to the on-deck circle. He has been the run producer, 4 RBIs in the ball game. And that's a high pitch, while George takes third. Gammons with a walk takes first. And a couple of base runners on. Griffin Pickren, perfect on the day, 3 for 3, 4 RBIs, 2 runs plating. Inside with the pitch to Pickren, while Gammons takes second. That's into center field. And Pickren has just picked up his 5th RBI in the game. Not a bad day for the leadoff hitter. 4 for 4, 5 RBIs. And on at first, driving in George. And I am assuming run rules apply after 5. Which would be 10, Pickren representing the potential game ender if those mercy rules are applicable. And he will go to second in scoring position. I mentioned before, though, a developmental league, maybe you don't have the same rules apply, but typically in a 5-inning game, if somebody exceeds 10, then you're done. And now, if that be the case, your potential game ender is at second. That has popped up, and this, by the way, is Pickren. So apparently they added a hitter. And that's a 42 at second, so that is the gentleman that was added. That is Caden Baxter, who I've got hitting in the 4 spot. So maybe they're shuffling this order up, which again is something that could happen in a developmental league. You just kind of move folks around, get an opportunity get guys different looks. So it was apparently Baxter that had the base hit. It is now at second. You got Pickering at the plate, so scratch the RBI for Pickering. Do have Byrd moving to the on-deck circle. And there is a walk of Pickering. And the base is loaded. And that's apparently going to do it for Marchand. Marchand will face a total of 4, walk 3 of the 4, give up a base hit to the other, and leave with the bases loaded. A new pitcher when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Yes, sir.
Are y'all filming this? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Stream. Yeah.
Okay, so is it possible if I could go on YouTube and just screen record it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on yeah, well, hey, whatever you do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because I was just wondering, I don't want to sit there and record the whole inning because my buddy's pitching right now, so.
Not a problem.
What's it called?
Yeah, it should be JockJive Sports is the channel.
What is it?
JockJive Sports.
Is this it right here?
There's 2 different ones. No, that's it.
Alright, thank you.
Okay.
Evan Preston coming into the ballgame in a somewhat precarious situation. Bases are loaded. You got what I assume to be the potential game-ending run at second with an 8-run lead in the bottom of the 5th. And nobody gone. So Evan Preston in a bit of a hot spot here. Braden Marchand faced 4 hitters, no outs, no strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit given up. Allows a run and leaves with the bases loaded. High inside pitch to Cody Byrd. Here is the 3-1 offering. Got the inside part of the plate. And the count runs full. Byrd ground into a 6-3, struck out, singled and walked. And it's too far inside, walk extended. And Byrd will take a trip down to first. The run comes in from third. You know what I'm thinking might have happened now was not that they added somebody. I want to think that Baxter might have just batted out of order. Well, we got 242s. That's what threw me for a loop. And it's a good thing we got a lot younger, smarter minds up here in the box. Well, you would think since we had 2 number 6s a couple of games ago, we had, I think 2 number 49s for the Rangers in this one, that would pop into my head that maybe you got a pair of 42s. That is popped up by Calhoun on the infield. Catch made by Ham. And Calhoun is out number 1. And this is Baxter coming to the plate. And that's Aiden Smith coming to the plate. It is Baxter who was donning the other number 42. So Aiden Smith with 1 away. Braxton Hodges to the on-deck circle. That one floated out of play. Couple of strikes on Smith. Well, the job of Evan Preston is to get the ball game to the 6th inning. And he is a strike away from registering the second out. And there is that second out with the fanning of Aiden Smith. And now 2 gone. And Braxton Hodges coming to the plate. So Preston trying to get the ball game to the next inning. Able to nibble the edges with the pitch. Little high with the offering. Count goes even, 1 apiece. Hodges a single and a couple of strikeouts, 1 for 3 in the game. That's a little low. And the count runs to 2-1. Well, the base is loaded. You hit the batter, and here's a strike. And the count will even up. Two offering. It is too low and the count full. 3 balls, couple of strikes. Loaded up. Big pitch here. Game either goes to the 6th or it ends. And I think he got a piece of it. Able to stay alive. And another payoff pitch coming. Hodges with a couple of strikeouts in the game, 1 for 3 in the contest. That is too far inside. That's a walk, and that should be your ball game. Lead will extend to 10 if the mercy rules apply here, and maybe they don't. As it goes to a 12-2 contest. So apparently we don't apply those mercy rules after 5. And as I mentioned, in a developmental league, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. Antoine Ham to the plate. Low and away with the Preston offering. Too high for ball 3. Ham with a sacrifice reached on an error and popped out to left. One RBI, 1 run scored for Antoine Ham. So apparently we go to the top of the 6th regardless. And that top of the 6th will feature Richards, Preston, and Pitts. Shoved over towards right. It is knocked down. Hurrying to the to the back, not able to get there ahead of Ham. Ham's got some good speed, and that will bring in another run. And the base is still loaded. It is a 13-2 game. On the outside part of the plate with the pitch. Kyle Reagan's a walk and a strikeout. Innings 1, 3, and 4. Popped up to center. Upton will make the catch. And that will put an end to the bottom of the 5th. But as I mentioned, in developmental leagues, apparently we're not going to observe mercy rules, and we will take this ball game to the 6th.
Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it.
We get the top of the sixth underway, an 11-run lead for the Guardians as Cameron Richards will start it off. Evan Preston and Jeremiah Pitts due up in the inning, too. Nothing in one the count. Antoine Ham, the new pitcher. Baxter will work a couple of innings in those 2 innings. He will face a total of 10. Four strikeouts. Handed out a couple of walks. Did not allow a hit. And did not allow a run. Go-to pitch, it is a little bit inside. Cameron Richards with a strikeout and a fly out to center field, 0 for 2 in the game. Evan Preston on deck. Ham getting his first inning of work in. 2 hop to short and the throw to first. Getting the leadoff hitter on the 6-3. And there is one away. A little bit outside with the first pitch to Evan Preston. Preston became the pitcher in relief of Braden Marchand and finished out the bottom of the 5th, sent us to the top of the 6th in a 13-2 game on the outside part of the plate. A little bit high with the offering, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Nobody aboard. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the inning, it will be the bottom part of the order coming to the plate. Harkrider, George, and Gammons. All anticipated. Wild with a hand pitch. Count runs to 3-1. Preston with a couple of walks. Walked in the 2nd and 4th. Here is the 3-1 offering. Into the dirt, the pitch. And that's got a free pass down to first for Evan Preston. So a base runner aboard, 1 away. Jeremiah Pitts to the plate. Pitts with a walk and a strikeout, 0 for 1 in the game. Strike delivered on the outside part to Pitts. Christopher Bond to the on-deck circle. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Here in the top part of the 6th. The lone out in the inning, the 6-3 put out of Richards. And a couple of strikes to Pitts. Ozark, Alabama on a Saturday, maybe the last hot Saturday before things begin to cool off. I think the first of the week. We are supposed to see cooler temperatures here in the deep south. A little bit inside with a pitch, and the count runs even. Two ball, two strike offering. Preston getting his lead over at first, and the ham pitches into the dirt. Throw down to second, and able to get in safely, Preston. And I think Preston might have thought that was a walk issued to Pitts, but it wasn't. And Preston, about 2/3 of the way down, realized, wait a minute, I got to kick it into a higher gear. Here is your payoff pitch. That got the inside part of the plate, and out goes Pitts. So 2 away, Christopher Bond to the plate. Bond is ground into a 1-3 and a 5-4. He is 0 for 2 in the game. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Bond. Barrett Upton moving to the on-deck circle. Here's the 0-1. That is ground foul in the direction of third. It is 0-2 on Bond. Bottom of the inning, Harkrider, George, and Gammons. And then we'll get ready for the last game of the day. Slated for a 5:15 start. I'm thinking it probably won't be 5:15. Oh, 2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Out will go Bond, and left on is Preston. So Ham comes in, faces 4, strikes out 2, leaves 1 on. We go to the bottom of the 6th and to the bottom of the order for the Guardians.
The University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We get the bottom of the sixth underway. Hoke Harkrider coming to the plate to start things off in an 11-run contest. Rangers tied the game up at 2 in the top of the second, but since then the Guardians have reeled off 11 unanswered runs. And that's a foul ball apparently. Boy, it looked like it could have been fair. Now maybe if we have an umpire behind the plate, he calls it fair, but it is apparently just, what would that be, north of the chalk? Harkrider 1 for 3 in the game. A little high with the offering. From a new pitcher, this is Jeremiah Pitts. So Preston came in and officially worked an inning. And Jeremiah Pitts will become the 5th pitcher used this afternoon by the Rangers. That is lofted towards Upton in left field. He'll make the catch. And Harkrider is out number 1. Two outs for Isaiah George. George reached on an error, single and walked. Scored 3 times. Drove in a couple of runs. And for the first time is facing Jeremiah Pitts. Well, Pitts has walked off the bump. And he's going to the dugout. So I'm not sure exactly what is happening, except that Jeremiah Pitts is going to apparently work 1, as in 1 hitter, Harkrider, and leave the bump. And we got a new guy coming to the hill, and that is Kyle Reagans. So Reagans will have to get his warm-up tosses in before we conclude the rest of the 6th.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
But Jeremiah Pitts will come in and face one. He'll face Harkrider, getting fly out to left field, leaves. And the new pitcher will step in. The new pitcher is Kyle Reagans. Reagans facing George and Gammons, and we anticipate Caden Baxter. On the outside part of the plate, 1-2. Here in the bottom part of the sixth, an 11-run lead with Upton, Reagans, and Boutwell due up for the Rangers when you get to the top of the seventh. A little bit outside with the pitch. Count runs even, 2 each. Two offering. That's a base hit into left field, 1 out single. And Isaiah George is on his second base hit of the game. So a runner on, Landon Gammons to the plate. Top of the order, Griffin Pickering moving to the on-deck circle. Throw over to first, able to get back safely is George. Landon Gammons to the plate. Meanwhile, Caden Baxter moves to the on-deck circle. That is ground foul in the direction of third. Gammons with a single, a strikeout, a walk. And taking a pitch outside from pitcher number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the game for the Rangers. Two balls, 1 strike. Top of the order, Griffin Pickering moving to the on-deck circle. Gammons awaits. Reagans comes set, deals, and goes a little bit wide with the pitch. Last game of the day slated for a 5:15 start. And there is a walk handed to Gammons. He'll go down to first, couple of base runners on. And Caden Baxter coming to the plate. When you get to the top of the seventh, it's Upton, Reagans, and Boutwell for the Rangers. Hit to third. Throw goes to second. So the 5 and the 4 will take care of out number 2. Or apparently out number 1. Hey, I can get totally confused. Sure thought Harkrider flew out. Okay, did fly out. And now you got the 5-4 put out. Of course, the question I'm asking is who you've got over at third. Do have Baxter at first. That is Gammons. Swing and a miss, and off to second will go Baxter. Top of the order, Griffin Pickering to the plate. And actually, that is George over at first. Pickering was the guy taken out on the 5-4 putout. George, a base runner in third. Baxter now in second with a stolen base. And Pickering will send that one fouling out of play. Big day for Pickering. base hit every trip to the plate. Cody Byrne to the on-deck circle. A little high with the toss, and the count goes to 2-1. 9-10-1, Upton, Reagans, and Boutwell in the top of the 7th. Fouled off by Pickren and fouled it off him. And is going, darn it, I put that guard on the wrong foot. Got it on the left foot, popped the right one. Count even at 2. Got your deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. And here is the 2-2 offering to Pickren, trying to finish off a perfect day. A little bit outside with the pitch full at 3-2. And Reagans thought it was a strike on the outside part of the plate. But a little wide of the strike zone. And your payoff pitch coming. It is ground to Ham at short. It'll go right through the wicket. George in to score. And that'll be charged as an E6. So the on-base percentage for Pickren stays perfect. The at-bats, no. But another run in. It's a 14-12 game. And you've got runners at first and third for Cody Byrne. Byrne ground into a 6-3, struck out. Singled and walked, scored a run, drove in a run too. Here is the 1-0 pitch from Reagans. Grant Calhoun to the on-deck circle. There's a swing, there's a miss, there is an out, and there is a couple of runners stranded. 1 run in. We go to the top of the 7th. And I'm just checking to make sure I'm seeing bats and gloves tossed, so maybe we don't go to the 7th. We'll wrap it up after 6. And get ready for about a 5:15, probably more like a 5:30 first pitch for the final game of the day. So taking a look at your numbers in this one, as it will go final after 6 and become a 14-2. Final score for the Guardians. And let's see if we need to add anything to the Guardians total. Yep, 1 base hit. And there you are set. 1 hit, 5 errors. Rangers with a couple of runs. 1 came in the first, 1 came in the second. They leave 8 on. For the Guardians, 12 hits, 14 runs, 1 error. They will strand 9. And their runs come this way. 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 4 in the third. It was a 4-run fourth and a 1-run sixth. And there's your final score, 14-2. Guardians win it. 1 more game to go. 1 more at the 18U level. And then we'll call it a Saturday and get ready for baseball tomorrow morning at noon. Link stays live, and we'll keep the cameras on too as we get ready for the final game of the day. And we got your final game of the day underway. Logan Coffey starting it off. He is fan for out number 1. Gavin Hand next. And not too bad. A game originally slated for a 5:15 start. Getting a 5:22 beginning. Meanwhile, on the hill for the Braves, and by the way, that is Will Lattner who is coming to the plate. On the hill, you've got Keith Edson. As we get the final game of the day underway. 3 pitches outside of the strike zone to Lattner. One more before we wrap it up. This one. And then we will call it a day. And there is a swing and a miss. And you get back-to-back Ks. Coffey and Lattner will go down. And there's 2 outs. Zach Chrysler to the plate. Here in the top part of the inning, Reds are your visiting squad in this one. Braves are your home team. And that pitch a little bit high. Three balls, 1 strike. Chrysler swings, misses, and, well, apparently it was a 3-2 count as he will go down a strikeout victim, and that's what happens to all of the Reds in the top part of the first. We head to the bottom of the inning, and the Braves coming to bat for the first time.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Bottom of the first gets underway. Braves sending their leadoff guy to the plate. When he turns his back and I look at the numbers, I can tell you who the guy is. A little bit high with the offering, 1-2. And that is Gavin Hand starting things off. Into foul territory and out of play. Count even at 2. And there is the strikeout of Hand, and every out thus far in the first inning has been K's. Top part of the inning, Coffey, Lutner, and Chrysler. And now a Hand in the bottom part of the inning for out number 1. Popped up, right field, that will drop. And diving into second with the double is Braden Hodges. So a base runner in scoring position with one away here in the bottom part of the first. And coming to the plate is Colby Yates. Meanwhile, tossing the balls and strikes, it is Zach Chrysler for the Reds. Got a base runner in scoring position, bottom part of the first, Colby Yates with Braden Hodges on its second, and there is a walk given to Yates. Couple of base runners on. Braden McGowan coming to the plate. into center field with a base hit, and that will load it up for the Braves in the bottom part of the inning. As McGowan delivers with a single, Hodges will move to third, Yates to second, McGowan your base runner at first. Loaded with one away. And Justin Parnell headed to the plate with an opportunity to plate the first runs of the ball game here in the bottom part of the inning. One ball, no strikes. Pitch outside of the zone to Parnell. Moving to the on-deck circle is Landon Sandlin. All loaded up. Chrysler back against the wall here with one away. And the odds obviously in the favor of the Braves to play runs with it full and one away, but doesn't mean you can't beat the odds, but with the count 3-0. Chrysler trying to work his way out of a jam. Got the inside part of the plate. And out will go Parnell. That is a big plus for Chrysler in trying to get out of the inning. And it's got Landon Sandlin coming to the plate with two gone. Loaded but two away. And Chrysler with a chance if he can get Sandlin to get out of the inning. Moving to the on-deck circle is Josh Lacrosse. That will find its way into center field. Hodges will come in to score. Yates holding at third. And one run will play on the Sandlin single. Sandlin picking up the RBI. Braves taking the lead here in the home half of the inning. I think every game today we've seen runs in the first inning. And Hodges will come in. Yates, McGowan, and Sandlin on for Josh Lacrosse. Out ahead of the pitch is Lacrosse. And there is the strikeout of Lacrosse. So Chrysler did not come out of the inning completely unscathed, but it's the best case scenario when you don't. Allows a single run. Hodges will plate. It's a 1-zip ball game as we head to the second.
Just about all white Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the second gets underway. 1-zip ball game. Stepping to the plate to start things off is Seth Graham. And apparently the mitt in use is a malfunctioning mitt for our catcher. Well, a few extra pitches coming in just to try out the new mitt. And I believe that is Braden Hodges who is behind the plate. Seth Graham coming to the plate.
Fouled back to the screen by Graham after we've got the malfunction emit off the diamond, and a new perfectly good one in for Hodges. Count even at 2. 1 run planting in the bottom part of the first. Hodges, as a matter of fact, the guy who came in and scored the run. Seth Graham out number 1 here in the top of the second. Coming to the plate is Owen Brown. One out for Owen Brown. Well, turning around is Owen Brown, hoping to get away from the pitch, and he just got socked right in the backside of the arm. And that had a little speed on it, and Owen Brown is in some pain. Well, let's hope it got more up around the fleshy part of the arm, the tricep area, versus down around the elbow. And right now, that's the part he seems to be holding, so that's a good sign. Even though it's still painful, it shouldn't be as damaging. What we do know is Owen Brown, if able, is going to go down to first as a hit batsman. And it looks like he's not able. Looks like Seth Graham is about to do the honors for him. Well, now Brown says, Coach, I'm okay. I've gotten over the pain. I don't run with my arms. So he is going to go down to first. Got a base runner aboard, 1 away, swing and a miss. Here in the top part of the second. Just a tad shy of 6 o'clock here in Ozark, Alabama. On what was a warm afternoon, becoming kind of a pleasant night. Those warm temperatures, maybe a day or two from ending. By the first of the week, expecting things to cool off a little bit. There's a swing, a miss, and out will go Caden Scott. Well, that's 5 Ks already in the game for Keith Ensign. And there is 2 away. A little bit inside with the pitch. Got a base runner on it first. And I'm trying to see if this is a 1 or a 7 on the back of the jersey. The hoodie could be covering what would be a 7, but I think that's a 1, which would be Colt Chrysler. 1-1 offering. It got the outside part of the plate. Check the swing. An appeal. Nobody to appeal to, though. I'm sure down at first, Owen Brown would be willing to chime in and give his hitter the benefit of the doubt. Full count at 3-2. Foul back to the screen by Chrysler. Well, every out thus far for Ensign has been a K. He's registered 5. The only hitter to get on got hit by a pitch. That is Brown, who is over at first. A little high with the offering. It's a walk of Chrysler, and that will send Brown down to second, putting the tying run into scoring position. So a couple of base runners on. Landon Attaway coming to the plate. Attaway with a couple of base runners on. 2 gone, top part of the second. Into the strike zone with the pitch. Foul tip back by Attaway, 0-2. Top part of inning number 2. Game that got underway at 5:22, 30 minutes in. A little bit outside with the pitch. Strike 3, he got the inside part, and out will go Attaway. So 6 possible outs for Edson through 2, and he's got Ks for all of them. We head to the bottom of the second is 1-0 Braves.
The pathways to opportunities are endless at Georgia Military College. Since 1879, we have transformed students into effective leaders and engaged citizens, grounded in civility and respect for others. Whether you want a traditional college experience, something closer to home, or education online that suits your schedule, Georgia Military College is committed to helping you succeed. Start here. Go anywhere.
And don't forget to follow us Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. As we head to the bottom part of inning number 2, subscribe to our YouTube channel and premium channel. And none of that mandatory, all voluntary. As we get to the bottom part of inning number 2. Starting it off, Luke Sanders. Get out of play foul as we get the bottom of the second underway, last game of the day. Baseball tomorrow in the form of an hour 45-minute game starting at 10 o'clock. 10, 12, 2, and 4 roughly. Swing and a miss, and out will go the leadoff guy, Luke Sanders. And for Chrysler, that is K number 4. And with Chrysler, like Edson, every out thus far has been a K. There have been no ground outs. There have been no pop outs. Every out has been of the K variety. Upstairs with a pitch to Zuri Scott. He'll chase that one low and away, and the count evens at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's ground foul over in the direction of first. Moving to the on-deck circle, that is Judd Marshall. 1 ball, couple of strikes. And Scott will reach again. There's a couple of Ks in the inning, 5 in the game for Chrysler. As he will strike out Zuri Scott for out number 2. That's got Judd Marshall coming to the plate. Hunter Hughes to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with the pitch. 1 ball, no strikes. Three outside of the strike zone to Marshall. There's been 1 Chrysler walk. That was a 1-out walk to Colby Yates. He has given up 3 base hits. Hodges, McGowan, and Sandlin all delivered with base hits in the first. Outside to from Chrysler, and Marshall has given a walk. That'll be the second Chrysler walk. Hunter Hughes coming to the plate. Hitter Hughes with a base runner on, 2 gone, bottom of the second. Lights on here at historic Eagle Stadium, Ozark, Alabama. Hughes with a swing and miss. Chrysler trying to keep up with Anson with the K's and bring that total to 6. Oh, 1 pitch on the outside part of the plate, 0-2. Own 2 offering. Got the outside part of the plate. Left standing and looking issues. 1 runner is stranded. And nobody scores. 2 innings in. 1-0 Braves.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the third gets underway in a 1-0 ball game. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Jackson Atwell leading off the third inning. In a 1-0 ball game. That is a little bit outside. Count goes to 2-1. Even count at 2. Atwell starting it off in inning number 3. A little bit outside with the pitch. And that is floated into foul territory and out of play. Well, the string of outs that are K's continue. Atwell fan to begin the third. And there is one away as Kason Evans makes his way to the plate. A little bit inside with the offering from Ensign. Low and away. Couple of balls. No strikes. One out. We are in the third. 1-zip ball game. Game got a 5:22 start. Here we are at 6:06 on a Saturday evening. Strike delivered. Fouled off of the backstop by Evans. Count goes even, 2 apiece. Historic Eagle Stadium. They've been playing baseball at this spot for about 100 years. Built in, I believe it was 47. And again, originally the wall about 600 feet from home plate. Moved in over the years. As that one is lifted to center field. There the catch made, and there is the first non-strikeout out of the game. Well, you figured it would happen sometime for Ensign. It happens as the second out in the top of the third. Swing and a miss by Holton Smith. Couple of strikes on Smith. 2 up, 2 down. Top of the third. Reds have had 2 base runners, 1 to second. Upstairs with a pitch to Smith. One ball, couple of strikes. Well, we've got to be getting near the bottom of the order. Both teams have sent 11 to the plate. That one had Smith backing up. It drops into the zone and becomes strikeout number 8 for Keith Ensign. 2.5 done. We go to the bottom of the third. It's the Braves coming to bat.
You've started this journey by yourself, but you won't have to go it alone. Because now you're part of something, a community that wants you to succeed, thrive. Here, you'll discover found family, fellow travelers, coyotes. That's the pack. That's coastal Alabama.
Bottom of the third gets underway in a 1-zip ball game. Chrysler staying on the bump, working into the bottom of the third for the Reds, facing the Braves. And starting it off as the top of the order, Gavin Hand. So everybody has had a look at Zach Chrysler's pitching, and everybody that's been an out has struck out. And that is going to be maybe an out. And there it is. So the turn to second versus the turn towards foul territory cost Gavin Hand. Looked like he was going to get on compliments of the bad throw, maybe even get second. But he is tagged out. So that's kind of an unusual. That's a 5-6, 3-6 put out, I believe. And you've got one away. One out for Brody Hodges. That is hit well towards left field, and that will drop towards the gap and roll towards the wall. On his way to third is Hodges, and he will be there right about the time the ball hits cutoff. Hodges with a one-out triple. And a base runner in third for Colby Yates. Yates with a walk in the first. Braden McGowan moving to the on-deck circle. One away, base runner in third. We're in the bottom part of inning number 3. One-run Braves lead. Yates, the hitter. Yates with a walk, got to third in the first. Has a runner at third here in the third. And Chrysler again trying to keep that runner from third from going to the house. That is ground to third. It will ricochet off of the middle of third baseman, and in will come Hodges to make it a 2-zip game. And that hot shot is going to be scored as a base hit. So Yates on with a hit and producing an RBI. And turns it into a 2-zip game. Coach coming out and have a conversation with Chrysler. And Chrysler staying in the ball game. Going to face Braden McGowan. Inside with the pitch to McGowan. Justin Parnell moving to the on-deck circle. One away, one aboard. Throw to first. Able to get back safely is Yates. 1 run in. 2-zip ball game. That'll get into the dirt, go to the screen, and that will get Yates to second. Three balls, no strikes. Here's the offering. It is outside of the strike zone, and McGowan is given a walk. Couple of base runners on as McGowan goes to first. Justin Parnell to the plate. Throw down to third. And you got a steal by Yates and a delay takeoff for second by McGowan. Couple of base runners now in scoring position in the bottom of the third. Swing and a miss by Parnell. Parnell with a strikeout in the first. And there is the strikeout of Parnell. 2 trips to the plate for Parnell, and both have resulted in a K. And both have been looking, and both have been out number 2. So 2 gone. Landon Sandlin to the plate. That is popped up over into the corner in right field. It'll get out of play. Landon Sandlin And an RBI single in the first. Back to the plate here in the third. Josh Lacrosse moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with a pitch to Sandlin. One run is plated. The triple from Hodges with one away got him into scoring position. Colby Yates delivering with a single that brings him in. And now you got a couple of base runners. One at second, one at third. McGowan at second. Yates, the base runner, at third. And the 1-2 pitch swung on and missed by Sandlin. So again, Chrysler minimizes the damage. A run in the first, a run in the third. We go to the fourth, and it's the Braves by 2.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu. We get the top of the fourth underway. Got a new pitcher on the hill. That is Justin Parnell. Meanwhile, coming to the plate is Bryce Dykes. As that one is lifted out of play, foul. So Keith Edson will work 3 innings, and in those 3 innings face a total of 11. He will strike out 8. Issued a single walk, did not give up a hit, did not allow a run. And hands it over to Justin Parnell here in the top of the fourth. Bryce Dykes, first to face Parnell. And the pitch a little bit outside. We know the Braves use a total of 11 hitters. Not sure yet how many the Reds will have. This is the 12th to come to the plate. There is a strikeout issued to Dykes, and
I guess the baton from Edson passed to Parnell. Edson with 8 Ks in the first that Parnell faces, he strikes out. And there is one away. Now we are back to the top of the order. So we now know Braves will use 11, Reds will use 12. This is Logan Coffey. Coffey struck out in the first. One of 8 Ks in the contest, Reds, and 9 total. Will Lutner moving to the on-deck circle. Count evens at 1. One offering, it is fouled back to the screen. Coffey the first out in the first inning when he struck out. One of 7 strikeouts swinging. There was 1 strikeout looking with Edson pitching. Ground towards third. Got the scoop, got the toss. It's a little high. And the throw from Luke Sanders will put Logan Coffey on. And that will be credited as a base hit, so a base runner aboard. Coffey on at first with Will Lutner to the plate. Lutner with a strikeout in the first, another one of those 8 for Edson. A little bit outside with the pitch, count goes to 1-0. One ball, no strikes. Zach Chrysler moving to the on-deck circle. Outside with the offering, down to second goes Coffey. He'll get there safely. Well, obviously the thing about a low-scoring ball game is that you're not far out of it. And you play a run here if you're the Reds and you cut the lead in half. Tying run at the plate here in the top of the 4th. As the dust settles on that base path after the run to second by Coffey. Three balls, no strikes. Lutner awaits. Here's the offering. It is low and away, and he is given a free pass to first. And just like that, you've got the tying run on. With Zach Chrysler coming to the plate. Seth Graham to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the inning, LaCrosse, Sanders, and Scott. That is the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Braves. But Reds not thinking about going to the bottom part of the inning anytime soon. Got a couple of base runners on with one away. The strikeout of Dykes. Then Coffey and Lutner on. Chrysler at the plate. And Chrysler would love nothing more than to make up the 2 runs given up on the bump by driving in both, and they both get closer. Coffey goes to third, and Lutner goes to second on the wild pitch. And now you're looking at a base hit, possibly tying the game up. Seth Graham on deck. Little swat in the direction of third. Won't be able to field on the short hop. The run comes in. It's a 2-1 game. And Chrysler, I think, credited with an RBI single, but let's wait and see. And like I said, I think it was an error. So Chrysler on at first, and Coffey will come in from third. And it is an E5 that puts the first run of the game on the board. Seth Graham coming to the plate. Graham with a strikeout in the second. Owen Brown moving to the on-deck circle. Throw over to first, and that's going to get in the run. And the possibility that Chrysler makes third, he's there safely. So an error brings in one run, an error brings in the other, and the go-ahead run, 90 feet away, compliments of the latest of the two errors. So a 2-2 game with a runner in third. That is socked over towards third and will ricochet off of Sanders. In comes Chrysler and Graham pulling into first. And the lead swaps hands over to the Reds. With the runner now on the other corner. That is Graham over at first. Driving in Chrysler from third. And it's a 3-2 game. Hit by the pitch is Brown. He'll go down to first. Well, Brown got hit in the tricep. Now he's got hit on the leg. He's going to be sporting some bruises on Sunday morning. Got a couple of base runners now aboard, one in scoring position. Graham pushed over to second. And Caden Scott coming to the plate. Swing and a miss by Scott. Scott struck out in the second. At the plate here in the top of the fourth. Well, you got the strikeout of Scott and a couple of base runners still on. 3 are in. Cole Chrysler coming to the plate. And Parnell trying to get out of the bottom part of the inning. I'll make that the top part of the inning and send it to the bottom part of the inning. With the damage limited to 3 and a 1-run lead. But you got Chrysler trying to drive in more runs. Low and away with the offering to Chrysler. ball, 1 strike. Chrysler with a walk in the second, back to the plate here in the fourth. Bottom of the inning, Lacrosse, Sanders, and Scott. That's the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Braves. As what was a Saturday morning and worked itself into an afternoon, now into a Saturday night here in Ozark. Runners take off, throw down to third, and everybody is safe. Graham will take third, Brown second. And Colt Chrysler coming to the plate. Or actually back to the plate with a 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. 3 in here in the top part of the fourth. And that'll catch the outside part of the plate. Back-to-back Ks for Parnell, putting an end to the inning, but not before 3 runs plate. Off an error and 2 base hits. A walk and a hit batsman. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Lacrosse, Sanders, and Scott all coming up.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final.
Bottom of the fourth gets underway with a new pitcher. The new pitcher is Bryce Dykes. Zach Chrysler will wind up working 3 innings. And in those 3 innings, face a total of 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strikeouts. He'll hand out a walk an inning, 3 total, 5 hits. And allow a couple of runs and leaves with a lead. And hands it over to Bryce Dykes, who will strike out the first guy he faces. Out goes Lacrosse. And there's one away for Luke Sanders. Luke Sanders, a strikeout in the second inning. That was facing Zach Chrysler, now facing Bryce Dykes. And the strikeout is followed by a walk. Sanders will take a trip down to first. So a base runner aboard. Sanders on. Zeri Scott coming to the plate. Judd Marshall to the on-deck circle. There is a swing and a miss by Scott, who struck out his last plate appearance. Count even, one apiece. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Zeri Scott, second out in the second inning with a strikeout. Judd Marshall moving to the on-deck circle. And there is the strikeout of Scott. So for the second time in his many trips to the plate, Scott will be fanned. Judd Marshall coming to the plate. Two away, still a base runner at first here in the bottom of the fourth. Judd Marshall taking the pitch a little bit outside from Dykes. Nice job of keeping it in front of him, forcing the runner at first, Sanders, to hold. Driven right back up the middle. And that'll wind up getting into center field, allowing Marshall to get on, moving Sanders over to second. And that'll be scored as a base hit. It is the 6th one of the game for the Braves. And a couple of base runners on. Reds taking the lead in the top of the fourth, and the Braves trying to get it back in the bottom part. And have a couple of base runners on. 5th inning for the Reds, Attaway, Atwell, and Evans. A little bit outside of the strike zone to Hunter Hughes. Hunter Hughes, another one of those strikeout victims. Seems like practically everybody has been a strikeout victim in this one. And there is another free pass. It's the second one of the inning. Hughes down to first, and the bases loaded. And just like that, threatening again with the Braves. However, in this particular case, you have got two going. So an opportunity to get out of the problem spot if Dykes can get Gav in hand. Bases loaded, two gone, Gavin Hand will strike out and leave all three stranded. So the lead stays intact. As we head to the fifth, it's a 3-2 Reds advantage. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the fifth gets underway. Landon Attaway, Jackson Atwell, Case and Evans due up in the inning. Still a 3-2 ball game. Reds with a lead. Atwell with a strikeout in the second. Back to the plate in the fourth. Facing a new guy on the hill. In the second, it was Edson. It is Parnell here in the fourth. That'll get into the dirt, a little bit outside, and the count goes even. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Ground towards third. That will find its way over near the edge of the dirt and the grass, and it will allow Attaway to get on. And that will be charged as an error. It is the third one of the game. Attaway, the base runner, and Jackson Atwell to the plate. Top part of the fifth. Currently a 3-2 lead. That is popped up on the infield. Catch made at first, and there's one away with Attaway staying put at first. Let me get out of play. Case and Evans with Holton Smith moving to the on-deck circle. Over to first goes the throw, able to get back safely. That is Evans. Swing and a miss. That'll do it for the Evans at bat. 2 gone here in the top of the fifth. That is fouled off of Hodges, so Holton Smith stepping away from the plane, giving an opportunity for Hodges to recover. Coach coming over too just to check on Hodges and make sure everything is okay. And this is the going to a squat, I don't want to talk about it, coach kind of paint. And he is going to be given an opportunity to try to feel a little bit better before stepping behind the plate. Well, and it could be one of those moments, too. And listen, it happens to all players at all ages where the pain is so unbearable it brings a tear or two. And Hodges might have been saying, guys, man, that's smarted. Which I've never really understood why we reference pain as smart. I thought smart was good. Pain is, well, I guess pain can be good. But Hodges given an opportunity to try to be more Hodges-like before Holton Smith steps back into the box and awaits another pitch. Well, Hodges says he's as back to himself as he's going to get. That'll go to the screen, and that'll get Attaway to second. Gets into scoring position. Another opportunity to pick up another bag, and Attaway does just that, makes his way to third. And the Reds now poised to try to add to the lead. Got a base runner 90 feet away with two gone on the top of the fifth. That is lifted foul and out of play by Holton Smith. There's a strike delivered into the zone. Left standing is Smith. Left at third is Attaway. We go to the bottom of the fifth in a 3-2 game. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the fifth gets underway. Hodges, Yates, and McGowan all due up in the inning. In a 3-2 ball game. Wrens threatened to tack on more in the top part of the fifth, but leave a runner stranded at third. And Dykes will start it off, doinking Hodges. Hodges, a hit batsman. Going down to first. And you got the Braves trying to reclaim the lead. Colby Yates trying to drive that runner over. On the inside part of the plate to Yates. Got a base runner aboard for Hodges. That runner is Zuri Scott. So Hodges given the opportunity to go into the dugout and recover. You remember Hodges is the guy who was behind the plate and got banged up in the top part of the fifth and then gets hit by the first pitch in the bottom part of the inning. So he's got some recovery that he needs to take care of. And trying to do that in the dugout. A little bit inside with a pitch to Yates. A walk, a single, an RBI for Colby Yates. Count him in at 2. Scott getting a lead over at first. A couple of Dykes looks. And he will take off for second. And Dykes nearly got popped on the throw down. And Scott in with a stolen base at second. A little bit inside with the offering. You've got a hit batsman and a walk and a couple of base runners on. Brian McGowan coming to the plate. With nobody out, 2 aboard. Justin Parnell moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with the offering. That'll go to the screen. Runners will take off for the next bag. Scott goes to third and Yates to second. Well, there is another thud. And the bases are loaded. Couple of hit batsmen and a walk. And the Braves will load it up here in the bottom of the fifth. Justin Parnell coming to the plate. And the question is, will Bryce Dykes be the guy that Parnell faces with it all loaded? Creeping up on 10 hours since it all started at 9 a.m. this morning. And the conversation going on up on that bump. Coach trying to decide whether Dykes stays or Dykes goes with the bases loaded here in the bottom part of inning number 5. And apparently the decision made. Dykes will stay. And he will face Justin Parnell. So all of the conversations over, back behind the plate goes your catcher, back up onto the bump goes your pitcher, and we are ready to resume play with Justin Parnell stepping in. First pitch going to the screen. Here comes Scott from third, and he will score. So the wild pitch bringing in the tying run, and go ahead, run moves to third. McGowan goes to second. Three pitches outside of the strike zone. Parnell, a couple of strikeouts in the game in the first and third. And there is the strikeout of Parnell. So Dykes picking up his first out here in the bottom part of inning number 5. Landon Sandlin coming to the plate. And there is another hit batsman, and there is the bases loaded. Well, check that. That is Parnell, who apparently was not struck out. Thought he was, wasn't. Now given a walk, and you got a base runner aboard at first, second, and third. And it is full for Landon Sandlin. And now Sandlin coming to the plate. In towards right center field. It will drop. It will roll. It will bring in runs. Yates in. McGowan rounding third. He will come in to score. Parnell putting on the brakes at second. Sandlin with a double, then drives in two. And that's going to do it for Dykes. Got a new pitcher coming in, the new guy, when we return in a 5-3 game.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for two on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Couple of base runners on. It is a 2-run lead belonging to the Braves. They have reclaimed the lead, and the strikeout of Josh Lacrosse is out number 2. And that is Chris Chrysler. I'll make that Colt Chrysler on the hill. So Colt Chrysler coming in for Bryce Dykes. And registers and out against the first guy he faces, getting Lacrosse. Luke Sanders to the plate. Sanders is struck out and walked. Count even in 1. A ball, a strike, and an out. Sanders struck out in the 2nd, walked in the 4th. And the pitch a little bit outside from Chrysler. Three balls, couple of strikes. Zuri Scott moving to the on-deck circle. 2 runners aboard, 2 runs ahead are the Braves, but they put 3 runs in the inning. And that one will drop into left field. It will bring in 2 more. Parnell scores, Sandlin scores. And the lead climbs to 7-3. little bit outside with a pitch to Zuri Scott. Got a base runner aboard, Sanders, with a 2 RBI shot that brought in a couple of runs. Turned it into a 7-3 lead. Zuri Scott trying to tack on more. Colt Chrysler trying to get this ball game to the 6th inning. With the bottom of the order, we'll start it off. That is Dykes, Coffey, and Lettner, all 2 up when you get to the 6th. One-two offering. Got the outside part of the plate. And out will go Scott. And that is out number 2. Originally thought Parnell was an out, but he was not. Came back to the plate, took one more pitch, and was eventually walked. And now you've got 2 outs in the inning, with Judd Marshall coming to the plate. Outside with a pitch. Ground towards short. And that's going to hop into center field. That'll be charged as an E6. It has got Sanders on his way to third, and thrown not making its target has got another 90 feet for Marshall. He will make his way to second. Hunter Hughes to the plate. Hughes is struck out and walked. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Hughes is the 9th to come to the plate in the inning. 2 strikes delivered. 0-2 to Hughes. Out of the strike zone, it will roll over towards the backstop, but staying put over at third is Sanders, which requires Marshall to hang around second. One-two pitch, just a bit outside in the count, even at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. And a shot in the direction of right field and will drop in as a base hit. In to score is Sanders, and Hughes delivering with an RBI single. And the lead will go to 8-3. Two balls, 2 strikes. A little bit outside with the pitch. Count goes full, 3-2. That is ground towards third. The scoop, the rocket, and you got the out. Nice job over at first, as Hand will wrap into the 5-3. All 11 go to the plate in the 5th, and we will head to the 6th with the Braves on top by 5. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski.
There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Top of the sixth gets underway. Starting things off is Bryce Dykes facing a new guy on the hill, Landon Sandlin. Tossing the balls and strikes. Top and bottom of the order. Bottom starting first. Pitch outside from Sandlin. Dykes, one prior plate appearance. And that came in the fourth inning. Wild pitch to Dykes. A little high, a little inside, and a free pass down to first for Bryce Dykes. So a base runner aboard in the top of the sixth. And we head back to the top of the order. Logan Coffey coming to the plate.
That is popped up in the direction of center field, and the catch will be made. For out number 1, Coffee with a fly out. Will Lutner coming to the plate next. Still over at first with one away is Dykes. Lutner is struck out and walked. That'll go to the screen. Off to second goes Dykes. A little bit inside with a pitch. Lutner struck out on the first. He walked in the fourth, scored a run. Batting here in the top part of the sixth. In a game that got its start now 2 hours and 8 minutes ago. And 5:22 this afternoon. And you got a couple of base runners on as Lutner makes his way down to first. Zach Chrysler coming to the plate. Pair of walks, putting a couple of base runners on. One away for Chrysler. Chrysler with a strikeout and reached on an error. Came in and scored a run as part of that 3-run fourth. That'll get into the dirt, and runners will move up. Dykes will go to third, and Lutner will take second. So a couple of base runners aboard. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Not sure that Chrysler agreed. Three balls, one strike. Chrysler waiting. Seth Graham on deck, one away, couple of base runners aboard. Top of the sixth. And I think Chrysler just stepping out of the box to get clarification on the count. A little bit outside of the strike zone. That's a little bit high. Chrysler giving a walk. He'll go down to first. And the base is loaded for the Reds. And that's got Coach coming out to have a conversation with his pitcher, Landon Sandlin. Maces all loaded up.
Just an announcement, the concession stands is now doing half off on hot food. That would be cheeseburgers, chicken sandwiches, and hot dogs.
Into the dirt with the offering. It will go over to the screen. Runners will stay put. Seth Graham at the plate. Here in the top part of the sixth. Graham has struck out and walked. Struck out in the second. Actually struck out and singled. Fan in the second and singled in the fourth. Two-0 pitch to Seth Graham. Out of the strike zone. 3 balls, no strikes. Owen Brown moving to the on-deck circle. That'll get the strike zone on the outside part. That'll find its way into left field. It is responsible for Dykes coming in. So Seth Graham will knock one off that lead with an RBI single. It becomes an 8-4 ball game. Owen Brown to the plate. And apparently that is going to do it for Sandlin. The new pitcher coming in, the new guy when we return. Got a new pitcher. The new pitcher is Colby Yates. And the first pitch to Owen Brown, fouled away. Caden Scott moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit low, a little bit inside with the offering to Brown. Brown has been hit twice by pitches. Came to the plate in the second and fourth and got popped on both. A little bit outside with the pitch. Three balls, one strike. Here is your payoff pitch, and there is another run in. Owen Brown given a walk. Turns it into an 8-5 game. Caden Scott next. Scott with a couple of strikeouts, fanned in the second and fourth. There is a swing and a miss. Scott out number 2 in the second inning, out number 2 in the fourth, trying to avoid being out number 2 here in the sixth. Then got the outside part of the plate, and out will go Scott. And Colt Chrysler will come to the plate next. 2 gone with the bases full. Chrysler has walked and struck out. Walked in the second, struck out in the fourth. And got the outside part of the plate. Landon Attaway to the on-deck circle. Little check swing, and he commits on that swing. Got the outside part of the plate. And we have wrapped up the top of the sixth. A couple of runs have played it. It's a 3-run ball game as we go to the bottom of the inning.
The pathways to opportunities are endless at Georgia Military College. Since 1879, we have transformed students into effective leaders and engaged citizens, grounded in civility and respect for others. Whether you want a traditional college experience, something closer to home, or education online that suits your schedule, Georgia Military College is committed to helping you succeed. Start here. Go anywhere.
Well, how about a conclusion to this ball game? And we'll go final. They're not going to move it to the bottom of the sixth or take it to the seventh. We've been playing baseball for about 2.5 hours in this one. So apparently that will do it. We're going to wrap up quickly. We got another game coming up. As a matter of fact, in 8 minutes, we're going to get pregame underway for Georgia Military College and Snow. So let's close this one out. Thanks for watching. Jason will be here tomorrow. We'll see you then. For all the folks with the ABC Fall League and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So